Good morning. Welcome to our Municipal Council agenda for Tuesday, December 6th, 2022. I'd like to call the meeting to order at this time and ask if there's any declaration of interest. Seeing none, I will move along to the land acknowledgement. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands originally used and occupied by the First Peoples of the Williams Treaty, First Nations, and other Indigenous peoples. And on behalf of Council, we would like to thank them for sharing this land. We also acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as the East Gwillimbury's closest First Nation community and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and the waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and we join them in this responsibility. We are at item D in our agenda, and it's community announcements. The character community attribute for December is kindness. The quality of being friendly, generous, and considerate. Kindness begins with understanding others may be struggling and our actions could make a difference. I will strive to always choose kindness. I will be sensitive to the feelings of others. No act of kindness, no matter how small, is ever wasted. Welcome to this, our first meeting of our newly elected council. Since the election, we have had a very busy few weeks with our inaugural meeting followed by 3 days of orientation. In the next few weeks, we will begin to work on strategic plan for this term. This morning, a flag was raised commemorating the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. Thank you to all those who attended. This past Saturday, the Mount Albert District Lion Santa Claus Parade took place. Thank you to our staff and all who participated in bringing so much holiday joy to our Mount Albert community. And finally, our toy and food drive is underway. Our drive supports so many organizations and local residents who are in need of assistance. Please donate if you can. Items can be dropped off at the town's Civic Center. Members of council, do you have any announcements? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Bit of a somber note here. I would like to announce the passing of longtime resident Mark Swain. For those of you who knew her, you would know that she was a prolific volunteer in our community, and it's a great loss, and so our condolences go out to her family.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Lehane, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to acknowledge some community activities that I participated with between inauguration and today. And a highlight was on November 24th when in the evening in this very council chambers, I attended along with the mayor and councillor Roy DeClemente, the Friends of the Library author reading featuring Anne-Marie McDonald. And it was quite a coup. It was a full house and a sold out event. And as well on November 30th, I attended a solo visit to the Vietnamese Zen Buddhist Meditation Center for a presentation and tour, and I would like to thank the monks there and Trang who facilitated the guided visit and encourage the public to engage with them and learn more about their meditation center. And lastly, next week, I would like to announce the Mount Albert Lions Club is hosting a spaghetti dinner on Tuesday, December 13th at 7 p.m. They will be presenting a check and food donations from the Santa Claus Parade and other fundraising activities to Mount Albert Food Pantry, and I encourage everyone to come out and support a great cause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Light Up the Landing is underway once again, our 4th annual Light Up the Landing Holiday Lights Competition. And we are looking for the best lit up houses in Ward 1. And judging will take place on the 17th and 18th of December. If you want to nominate your house or a neighbor's house, you can go on the town webpage and there's a nomination form there. And we'll look at all the entries and select one. Or actually, I think we're selecting 5 altogether. And those will be posted on the town's website on the 20th. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with announcements? I'm not seeing any at this time. If there's something comes up later on in our meeting, don't hesitate to give me a wave and we'll fit it in. We are now at presentations, and the first presentation I will turn over to General Manager Molinari.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're very proud to have Adam Lockman here from representing the Canadian Public Works Association to present the town with 2 awards for the town's participation in Public Works Week in May of this year. This year's event was coordinated with the Operations Center Open House, led by CPRC under Aaron Karmazin, and was a huge success. About 2,500 residents attended, and there were lots of activities, with some of the highlights including the Touch a Truck event, interactive kids activities, Operations Center tours, the council facility grand opening, and a charity barbecue. So many town departments contributed to the success of this event that we would like to recognize, including from Corporate Communications, Rachel Thompson, Danielle Verneuil, from CPRC, Carla Serpa, Rhonda Wilson, Daniela Saveno, Frank Mazzata, and from CIS, special thanks to Megan Bonder and Jeff Meggett, who really spearheaded this initiative, as well as Christy Beatty and Grant Stevenson. So I'll pass it over to Adam from CPWA to present.
Welcome, Adam. Good to have you with us today.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mike. So I do have a few words. Good morning, Mayor Haxon, council members, Mike Molinari, and Aaron Karmazin, and all the Public Works staff. As Mike mentioned, my name is Adam Latchman. I am with the Ontario Public Works Association. I am the Awards Committee Chair, and it is my privilege to be here to present 2 CPWA 2022 National Public Works Week Awards to the town of East Gwillimbury in recognition of its 2022 National Public Works Week celebrations and educational events. So each year in May, National Public Works Week recognizes the tens of thousands of men and women across North America who provide and maintain the infrastructure and services collectively known as public works. Municipalities throughout the U.S. and Canada celebrate National Public Works Week with open houses, project and facility tours, parades, education, press conferences, school visits, and career events. Municipalities also use the week to recognize their staff, the women and men who play such an important role in the community's vitality. The Canadian Public Works Association awards honor these efforts to promote the National Public Works Week, which is the best way to increase public awareness about the importance of public works and the services public work services provide to our community. East Gwillimbury competed with other Canadian municipalities with populations of 10,000 to under 30,000, as well as other Canadian municipalities entering the contest for the first time, and East Gwillimbury won in both categories. We've learned a lot about East Gwillimbury through the submission. We learned that East Gwillimbury opened its new operations center, as Mike mentioned, in the National Public Works Week. We've learned that over 2,500 residents attended the event and toured the facility. We learned the building sits on 20 acres and has a state-of-the-art training space, a 15,000 square foot sand and salt dome with electronic vehicle charging station, and houses the town's emergency operations center. We've also learned that the town of East Gwillimbury is one of the fastest growing municipalities according to 2021 Census Canada data. The town provides several programs and services to approximately 36,000 residents while maintaining more than 80% of its green space. Staff from each department were available to teach visitors about the key areas that make up public works in East Gwillimbury. The Canadian Public Works Association is honored to recognize East Gwillimbury's National Public Works Week efforts. Public work services, personnel, and our infrastructure assets are an essential part of our communities that do not always enjoy a high level of public awareness. So congratulations to all of East Gwillimbury frontline staff for for their continued commitment to customer service and resiliency through the delivery and promotion of public works to the community. National Public Works Week programs and events like East Gwillimbury's go a long way to providing the awareness that I commend all Public Works staff who made this special week and celebration a success. Kudos to the mayor, members of council, and the senior management team on your grand opening. Thank you to Corporate Communications for their significant efforts to raise awareness for this event. So to Mayor Haxon, council members, Mike Molinari, Aaron Karmazin, and all the EG staff, I'm pleased to present to you the two Canadian Public Works Association National Public Works Week Awards. There's two of them.
Sure.
Did you want me to get in there? Okay.
Madam Mayor. Through you, Madam Mayor, perhaps if council would wish to recess for a few minutes to take a group picture outside, that would be great. Staff can accommodate that.
Thank you.
Sure.
I will read my resolution first, and then we'll. Be it resolved that council acknowledge receipt of 2 awards presented by A. Latchman, Chair, Awards Committee, Ontario Public Works Association. That must be a really good job doing that. To the town of East Gwillimbury for the 2022 National Public Works Week Award Contest. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers, Councillor Foster, all those in favor? And that's carried. And I'm suggesting a 5-minute recess moved by Councillor Roy DiClemente, seconded by Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. We'll make it a quick 5. G, and that's adoption of minutes. Madam Clerk, would you like them individual, or would you like them as a group?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's up to council's discretion. There are a series of minutes dating back to October 4th, the inaugural meeting, as well as the 3 orientation special meeting minutes.
It's the pleasure of,
Do them all at once.
moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente, seconded by Councillor John. Thank you. Any questions? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. We have we're at item H, and that's a statutory public meeting regarding development charge bylaw amendment background study.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. I hope you can hear me. It's CAO Webster. I am working remote today, and would encourage Deputy Velchich to step in if I have any hiccups in my feed at all, but things seem to be working well. I just wanted to introduce today's session. Firstly, the staff team is very excited for this term of council. We are energized and ready to work for council and the public to deliver another great series of community outcomes and results. We have 3 very important matters on our first meeting of post-inaugural and post-orientation. They're all interrelated and very important, and we bring them to council for some deliberation, discussion, and direction. The first is our development charges bylaw amendment, and this amendment is mission critical to providing the necessary funding for our Healthy Active Living Plaza construction. We recently awarded the tender. The facility is under construction. And with the recent changes with the NOW Act of building more homes faster, it puts limitations on our ability to fund key infrastructure such as this. You'll hear today that we could be upwards of potentially $20 million short in the necessary funds due to this legislation. We are dealing with it in a tactical manner today. You'll see staff have some options that will assure that we can continue to have full funding for that facility. The second large matter we're bringing forward today is tabling the initial presentation of the 2023 business plan and budget, as we're currently in a very high inflation environment, the first in decades in Canada and worldwide. The staff team is today tabling a base budget that is at 2.8%. We think it's very responsible. And we do have a provision for funding for the Healthy Active Living Plaza. The third matter is Bill 23, and I will table it back to staff to initiate today's meeting.
Thank you.
So, good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm happy to be tabling the amendment to the development charge background study and bylaw. Just to provide a bit of context to this, as Mr. Webster indicated, back in September of 2022, council awarded the contract for the construction of the Health and Active Living Plaza. At that time, council also directed staff to update the development charge background study and bylaw to ensure that costs that the tendered costs were covered in the development charge background study and bylaw, and we're collecting enough funding to provide for the full construction. So staff at that point went ahead and started creating a background study and the necessary documentation to bring this amendment forward. And as part of that process, we are statutorily obliged to conduct at least one public meeting to introduce this background study and bylaw and to move forward. So that's the purpose of this meeting today. Sorry. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So in our presentation this morning, I have Carolyn Brown, who's the Manager of Capital and Development Finance. She's joining me today, and we're going to go through the presentation. First, we're going to give a little bit of an update on what development charges are, and then we're going to dive into the details regarding the amendment and what it consists of, and then have a little outlay of the Bill 23 and its impact on development charges in general and on this background study in specific. Next slide, please. So development charges are our main source of funding growth-related infrastructure. They're fees that are imposed on new residential and non-residential development, and it's used to fund the services that we are required to service growth. The legislation is very clear on what development charges can be used for, and it's very restrictive. So things like providing for for replacement of assets cannot be funded through development charges. Operating costs, things like private connections on water, for water and internal road servicing cannot be funded through development charges. It's only related to growth-related capital projects. Next slide, please. So the collection of development charges to fund growth-related infrastructure is a key principle for the town's financial management. In the previous official plan, we've actually included provisions to make sure that we do collect development charges to fund growth, to emphasize the principle that growth pays for growth. And in our current official plan that we've just updated, that principle continues to be included in there as well. So it is an important tool for us to maintain our fiscal stability. So with that, I'm going to pass the presentation on to Ms. Brown, who will get into the details surrounding the amendment.
Good morning, Council. It's my pleasure to address you today. Next slide, please. Thank you. The Town of East Gwillimbury has two development charge bylaws in force. The first relates to the, no problem, yeah. The first collects for the town-wide charges, and the second is an area-specific charge, and it recovers one very specific piece of water servicing infrastructure. Both bylaws were passed in May of 2019, and they'll expire 5 years later in May of 2024. There was an update done, an amendment study in February of this year, and it focused on three main changes. The costs of our health and active living plaza were updated with current cost estimates at that time. Secondly, we adjusted the cost of the Green Lane Fire Station to include it in our 10-year capital forecast period, which means that those costs were included in the rate calculation. They hadn't been previously. And then thirdly, there was new legislation available at that time, sort of similar to what we're dealing with now. Bill 108, 109, 138, and 197, which required us to, it's a lot, isn't it? Which required us to amend our rates and update our bylaw. So we did that to comply. Next slide, please. Thank you. So for those of you who are not familiar, development charges are prescribed by provincial legislation, the Development Charges Act. The legislation is quite prescriptive and specific in terms of how we can calculate and administer our charges. The Act specifies many details, for example, what municipal services are eligible for DC recovery, the contents of a bylaw and supporting background study, public consultation requirements, and the time period under which an appeal can be filed. Next slide, please. So we have many service categories in our DC regime. They're listed here: growth studies, library services, fire and emergency services, indoor and outdoor recreation, public works, roads, and water and wastewater. So as I've mentioned, the DCA spells out specifically which categories we can recover for, but it's also specific in those that we cannot. So certain items that are not eligible for DC recovery include cultural and entertainment facilities, land acquisition for the purpose of a park, tourism, public hospitals, landfill, and then general administration facilities. So this facility as an example. Next slide, please. There are several differences between a fulsome DC background study and bylaw update and an amendment process. We're simply proposing an amendment at this time. With an update, the bylaw is reviewed, and so all of the key inputs to the background study and rate calculation have to be updated. New planning projections, a review of our capital program, review of our historical service levels, and then the term of the bylaw is renewed. Whereas for an amendment, we simply look at those inputs that we would like to amend, but everything else in the bylaw stays the same, including the term of the bylaw. The public consultation requirements, however, are the same, and so we've kept that in mind for this process, which is why we're doing this formal statutory public meeting today. Next slide, please. The scope of the amendment is very narrow. As Mr. Marshall alluded to, we are doing this in response to the approval of the tender for the Health and Active Living Plaza. So as you're very familiar by now, the tender was awarded on September 7th for a cost of $76.5 million, not including taxes. The costs in the awarded tender exceeded what we had in our February 2022 bylaw amendment study, by $21.9 million. So this subsequent amendment is required in order to ensure that we're collecting the full cost of the facility and we're funding it from growth. There are no other amendments being proposed at this time, so the only changes to the bylaw that you'll see are a replacement of the rate schedule with those that we'll discuss later in the presentation. Next slide, please. So this slide compares the capital costs that are included in our study with those that were in the February 2022 amendment for those service categories that have been amended. So all of those other categories we discussed have not been reviewed as part of this study. As you can see, if you do quick math, the difference is $21.9 million, which is that cost difference that I mentioned earlier, resulting from the tender award. Next slide. This is also a capital cost comparison slide, but it shows the full total capital program, including those service categories that have been amended and those that have not. The difference here is also $21.9 million. I raise that just simply to underscore the narrow scope of this amendment and that it truly only does apply to the HELP costs. This slide is also helpful in illustrating all of the deductions that we're required to make under the Development Charges Act. Once we identify the total cost of growth-related infrastructure, we have to deduct those costs with a number of items. So any grants, subsidies, alternative funding sources we have available, any shares of a project that will benefit the existing community, any available reserve funds that we have. That 10% discount was removed. That's why you see $0. That was one of the results of the legislative changes in February. And then any shares of a project that benefit the community beyond the planning period under review is not included in our rate calculation. Next slide, please. Okay, so the Development Charges Act requires that we determine the historical level of service that's been provided in the town over the past 10 years, the 10-year period preceding the preparation of a background study. And so it effectively sets a cap on the amount that we can fund through DCs going forward. We can really only fund the future community at the same level as has been provided over the last 10 years. That's just a legislative requirement. So as part of this amendment, we did review the historical service levels for the affected categories of library, indoor, and outdoor recreation. Next slide, please. All right, so once the DCs are calculated, we get a cost per capita and a cost per employee. We have only adjusted the residential charges as part of this amendment because the service categories that are funding the Health and Active Living Plaza relate to the residential sector only. This table here shows the rates that we've calculated as part of the amendment study. As you can see, I know there's a lot of numbers on the slide. The total charge per unit there of $57,143 per single and semi-detached unit. This represents an increase of $6,428 per unit, or 13% over the rates that are currently in force today. It is worth mentioning that we, as per our bylaw, we index our rates semi-annually. So the next index date will be January 1st, 2023, and the applicable index rate is 8%. So the current rates in force will jump as of January 1st to $54,600, meaning that this proposed amendment really is only proposing an increase of about $2,500 per unit, or 5%. I know that's a lot of numbers, but hopefully it's clear. So next slide, please. Thank you. So this slide illustrates the full scope of development charges that are payable in York Region. Any new development that occurs here has to pay 3 levels of charges to the region, to the school boards, and the local municipalities. As you can see, the town of East Gwillimbury is third, following Vaughan and Markham. And this proposed amendment does not change our relative position on the graph. Next slide, please. Our little amendment study has been relatively consultative. We reported to council on September 20th, indicating our intention of amending the study to incorporate the approved tender costs of the Health and Active Living Plaza. We then calculated rates and developed a background study, which was circulated to our little working group, comprised of key members of our development industry. We met with them on October 27th to review the content, and then we published a notice of this public meeting on November 10th. And here we are today to provide the opportunity to members of the public to provide any comments or questions on the study and move forward according to legislative requirements. Next slide, please. Okay, so you've heard quite a bit about Bill 23. We're going to present some of the specifics of the legislation, specifically as it relates to development charges, as part of this presentation. Bill 23, also referred to as the More Homes Built Faster Act, was released on October 25th of this year and received royal assent shortly after on November 28th. The intent of the legislative review was to facilitate and advance the construction of more housing and provide more diverse range of housing type and ownership status in Ontario. Emphasis on gentle density, encouraging intensification through units like secondary suites, triplexes, removing exclusionary zoning, as well as adjusting minimum density targets around transit stations. The bill introduces many changes to various pieces of legislation, including the Development Charges Act. There are concerning consequences that have significant financial implications to the town. This presentation was developed prior to the bill receiving royal assent. So at the time, we were estimating that the DC shortfall would be between $20 and $50 million over 10 years. However, following royal assent, we've done some additional analysis, and we believe that the DC revenue shortfall will be more in the range of $40 to $70 million over 10 years. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm going to go through some of the changes to the Development Charges Act only today and touch on their impact to the town. This is a high-level review, and I hope these slides are helpful reference material to provide you just with some facts, and then we'll talk about what's most concerning. Bill 23 allows additional residential intensification to occur without paying development charges. So you can add an additional 3 units to any new or existing residential units without paying development charges. So to put that in context, you can build a brand new single detached home, incorporate a basement apartment, another apartment over the garage, and then a third, let's say, granny suite in the backyard, and that would only trigger the payment of 1 development charge for 1 unit. Rental developments of 4 units or more can add 1 additional unit or 1% of existing units without paying DCs. Affordable, attainable, and nonprofit housing will now be exempt from development charges. This has potentially significant consequences, which depend on how affordability is determined. Currently, the legislation states that an affordable unit is defined as 80% of average purchase price. But it is unclear whether that's going to be determined at a municipal level, at a regional level, or wider. Currently, 80% of average purchase prices in York Region exceed average purchase prices in East Gwillimbury. So the town is hopeful that this will be determined at a municipal level at least. DC discounts are being introduced for rental units based on unit size. This has potential future implications to the town as the market for new rental housing grows. Growth studies and housing services are no longer eligible for DCs. Further, the Act says that land for certain existing eligible categories will be removed, but those categories have not yet been identified. The impact of this adjustment is significant. The removal of growth studies alone will cost the town nearly $10 million over 10 years. This will also have an additional operating impact, as we have several staff positions that are funded from that growth service category, which will have to be funded from alternative sources. Next slide, please. Thank you. One of the most concerning changes is the introduced phase-in of new rates over 5 years. So what this means is that once municipalities go through the process of identifying what our critical growth servicing infrastructure is, which is actually essential in order to facilitate the construction of new homes and the expansion of our communities, we then identify the associated costs of that infrastructure. We have to make those discounts that I addressed earlier in the presentation. And then once we calculate the rates that are needed to fund that critical infrastructure, we then have to discount it further over 5 years. This adjustment is proposed to cost the town between $7 and $10 million. The bill requires municipalities to spend or allocate 60% of roads, water, and wastewater DC reserves annually. This does not have a significant impact to the town, as we currently have a 10-year capital forecast where we do that exact thing. We allocate our reserves to future capital projects. Lastly, on this slide, where the interest rate that could be applied to deferred or frozen development charges was left to municipalities to establish, it is now being capped at prime plus 1%. So the town currently charges 5%, which is consistent with all other York Region municipalities. So this could be potentially harmful to the town as the prime rate fluctuates if it drops below 4%. Next slide, please. So I've been commenting on the impacts throughout this presentation. This is a summary of the financial impacts. I'll just mention again that the presentation was prepared prior to Royal Assent, and we're now forecasting that the DC revenue shortfall, so this is only the financial implications associated with development charge collection, to be in the range of $40 to $70 million over 10 years to the town. The biggest contributor to this range, it feels quite wide, is how affordability is going to be determined and how many new units in East Gwillimbury will actually become exempt as a result. So I am going to now pass it back to Mr. Marshall to talk about how these changes impact our amendment study and what we propose to do next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. So after that, good news will be, so normally what we would do in a process of amending our background study is we would receive the feedback that the public has given us. We'd evaluate it and make necessary adjustments and then come forward with a proposed approval of the amended bylaw. But with Bill 23 and some of these things that are still up in the air, we're proposing that we take a bit of a pause until we find out what some of the regulations and more of the legislation comes out with, and to see what that impact is and determine whether it is beneficial to move forward with the background study and bylaw or to remain as is. There is a potential that that we don't want to have, that if we passed an amendment, we could actually impose rates and collections that are lower than we're actually collecting now. So we want to make sure that we've covered all our bases and do what's best for the town in terms of collections. The other thing that it gives us time for is to start looking at alternative sources of funding to mitigate this impact. So things like a new charge for to cover off some of these shortfalls, opening up the community capital contributions accord to try to close the gap on some of these lost revenues, things like that. It'll give us time to look at that as well. So we're proposing that we wait until we hear more from the province on their regulations and come back to you with some options on how we're going to address that and try to mitigate these impacts. So next slide, please. So this just is a little bit of a timeline of how we've progressed. And the next step is, as I mentioned before, to start diving in further into the legislation and trying to find some resolutions to this. So with that, Carolyn and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions from members of council? Councillor Crothers and then Councillor Johnson.
Thank you for this great news story. Without service allocation, how many units will we be approving in the next number of years? So I'm just wondering how much of this applies to us if we don't have sewage allocation.
So through you, Madam Mayor. So right now, there's about 2,500 to 3,000 units that still have not been gone through the process to get building permits.
Okay.
So it would definitely apply to those ones. And in the meantime, as soon as we get more certainty on allocation, then those would get impacted as well.
Okay, so I just wanted to be really clear, this might be a question more for Margot's department. Is there any, before we actually get more service allocation, is there any approvals that will be asked of council that will be impacted by this? Or is all, other than those 2,500 to 3,000 units, are those the only ones that are going to be impacted by this prior to us actually receiving allocation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, potentially yes, because the development applications continue to move forward. So we will see interest in building out those additional units. So it will impact those the 2,500 to 3,000 outstanding units.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Johns?
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for that presentation. I was thinking about the 10-year plan or 10-year horizon that you both spoke about, and then you revised during the meeting the new number of 40 to 70. So I was concerned about the other number on a 10-year horizon, and then you just turn up the heat. So 10 years is a long time, and as we are going through our budget process right now, what is the impact on 1 year to your best estimate, i.e. for what is the implication for next year?
So through you, Madam Mayor. So that's a good question, and it's kind of leaking into our budget presentation that we'll be talking about as well. So right now, we're pretty sure there will be an impact in 2023. It's hard to quantify now that some of the legislation still hasn't been solidified, and so we don't know the full impact of what it's going to do, one, to our operating program, and two, to our capital requirements over the next while. So it's hard to give a number on what that actual impact is, but if we were to say that we're trying to recover 20 million over 10 years, That's about I think the number was about 75% tax, tax increase, if you did it all at once, but.
Sure, but,
Yeah.
sorry, follow up and not all at once, but if
Yeah.
you didn't do it all at once
Yeah.
in 1 year, like, what would that look like? If you're, let's say, 2 million on 10, our 1% taxes is 278, so we're looking at like, an 8% tax increase?
You would be looking at something around that line. You'd have to do about a 7 or an 8% increase each year.
Thank you.
Councillor LaHaye?
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for that report. I appreciate very much that you are suggesting that you take a pause, because it is very complex, what you're talking about. Bill 23 is complex to understand for everyone involved, and it hopefully will evolve more in the future with some amendments. But in terms of familiarizing myself with Bill 23 and reading it, I have a question about the reduction of development charges on developers, and specifically, if they receive a reduction, from my reading of Bill 23, I was wondering if this, it's not an elimination, it's a reduction of the development charges, if I understand it correctly. But wouldn't they have to lower the selling prices of the homes by at least 20% of what fair market value is in order to qualify for that reduction of development charges? There are a lot of subtleties and nuances, and I'm wondering if you can answer that question.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I'll try. So the average, 80% of the average would be like the Bellmark. So that would be the standard. So if your house was, if you're selling it through market and the market price was actually lower than that average, then you would be exempt. So so the theory behind that reduction was that the developers would pass that savings on to the homeowner and reduce the cost. But I think a lot of the sales are based on market trends. So it's not really based on the cost of the building, it's what the market will bear, basically. So if the market is a lot higher than the cost, that's what will be charged. So so it's hard to say right now. That's part of the reason we want to take a pause, to see what that legislation actually says in terms of defining what affordability is. Usually affordability would be based on an income test. So at what the person's income is, as opposed to the sales price of a house. So we want to see what comes out of that legislation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Crone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to our staff. From everything that I'm hearing this morning, this sounds very much like an early Christmas present to developers. It's also making me want to think about requesting a recount, because this is going to be an awful mess for the next council to deal with. And, you know, I think for the last 12 years, this council has been scrupulous in our adherence to the principle of growth paying for growth. And this, I think it drives a truck right through it. And it's going to make the lives of every resident in this community a little more difficult in rising costs and whatnot. When you're talking here about 8% tax rate increases, that makes me shudder. And I appreciate the fact that you're going to be reviewing the impacts of Bill 23. So we, you know, probably best not to jump off the ledge just yet, but so I appreciate hearing more information on that. But one of the points that you made in your presentation, and this may be more of a question for development services, but I'll throw it out there. The impact of additional residency units, or you could create, you know, a triplex, you know, is there any controls that we have on that, and where we can zone where those can go, or does this legislation open up wide. So, we could have a very affluent street in town that could suddenly be, accommodating, 3 different families in one dwelling. Is that what I'm hearing here? I'm seeing some nods.
Go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, my understanding is that the current legislation as it's currently drafted does not allow for any sort of prescriptive zoning, and the situation that you described could happen. Will also have impacts on our ability to manage parking, because these applications can, in the current form, come forward with only 1 additional parking space. So there are myriad concerns with what this means in terms of community building and community planning.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for that. That was precisely my concern, was that we have challenges enough as it is with parking, with single resident units. Now we're going to be tripling that, or even perhaps in some cases even more. This is, the good news just keeps on coming and piling up here. So I could see we're going to have a busy time ahead of us in the next term, trying to unravel all this. I can't take any more good news, Madam Mayor. Thank you. That's it for me.
I imagine we'll have several more meetings than what are presented on our schedule right now. Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure whether I'm going down the right road here or not, Mr. Marshall, but one of the things that jumped off the page at me when we were looking at the financial position of the Health and Active Living Plaza was the $11 million cost of borrowing. So correct me if I'm wrong. In our former conversations, that borrowing was from ourselves. So basically, we're taking it from one pocket and putting it into another. Is there anything in Bill 23 that makes it easier on a municipality that has to borrow money from itself because of Bill 23? Or is there any way that can be, I don't want to say manipulated, but is there some way that we can make that work for us? Or is that something that we should be pushing for along with the changes that we're asking for Bill 23 anyway?
So through you, Madam Mayor. So you're correct that the borrowing that's outlined is internal borrowing. So the legislation as it currently is written allows you to collect DCs for that interest that you would have lost, that you have forgone because you've used that money to and borrowed that money and used it for DCs. So you can repay the reserve that you took that money from and repay it. So there isn't anything in Bill 23 that talks about that or changes that, but I think it's still sufficient for us to be able to deal with that if we need to borrow internally.
Are there other, Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think perhaps just riffing off what Councillor Leahy and Councillor Crone said about, a Christmas gift for the developers. Presumably, we know that our development charges are high because of the principles of growth paying for growth. We hear from people that $57,000 a unit is a great deal of money, and that gets passed on to the consumer. I would be very surprised if all of a sudden we started to see houses that would be selling for $60,000 less simply because they didn't have to pay development charges. And I do agree with us waiting to find out how that affordability is calculated, because traditionally, or at least over the past year, East Gwillimbury's sale prices have been higher than those of an average across York Region, because you've got so many different neighborhoods and various housing types. East Gwillimbury tends to be a much more a higher price point. So we may end up coming out ahead of that because we might not be included as part of that affordability. But by my calculations, an average sale price in 2022 for detached and semis in EG was $1.191 million. So from that, that's a pretty significant amount of money to have to try and calculate an affordability number. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, I can maybe just add to that. So we did some research as well, and we found the same number for East Gwillimbury. York Region has calculated their average for for all of York Region, and 80% of that is 1.3 million. So if that's what the definition is, the average sale price, we wouldn't be collecting DCs on many of our buildings.
What I pulled was MLS data, and I pulled all of York Region for detached and semis, and I got 892. So it will depend on how the numbers are calculated, and that's really the linchpin here. If you were to take one of the municipalities out, because I started to look at why is that so low, then I took one municipality out and I got 672. So there was some really interesting things happening even within the 9 municipalities in York Region. Forget about looking at Golden Horseshoe or GTA as a whole. So, again, that's the key linchpin here, but ultimately, this is a profound, profound change in the way that we will finance our municipality as we go forward.
I'm not seeing any other questions, but I'm sure that we'll have more for you. If it's not today, it will be tomorrow. With that, we now have an opportunity, if we have any public. Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there have been no registered speakers for today's public session.
And would it be out of turn for me to ask if they haven't registered, that they could participate now?
By all means, I believe there are individuals in the chambers that could potentially have comments.
If there is anyone that would like to take to the microphone, now would be your opportunity. I'm not seeing any at this time. Be it resolved that finance presentation dated December 6, 2022, entitled Statutory Public Meeting, Development Charge Bylaw Amendment Study, Background Study be received, and that the comments during the public meeting regarding the Development Charge Bylaw Amendment Background Study be received, which we don't have. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor LaHaye, all those in favor? And that's carried. And we'll move along to finance. Thank you, staff, for your presentations. Not happy about the content, but happy about your presentation. Thank you. It's not going to be good news next week, next month, next year at this point, but we'll keep on top of it. I think that's the most important thing. With that, I'm at finance and would ask about the adjustment of certain property taxes. Mr. Marshall, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. This is a standard report that we provide once a year regarding applications that homeowners can make to MPAC to reduce the taxes that are paid on their land. And this is based on certain specific events that would take place on their property. Section 357 of the Municipal Act spells out those specific acts. The main ones are whether a house is demolished or is burnt down, if the tax class changes and they become exempt from taxes, or if the land use changes and it reduces their assessment. So this is different than someone challenging their assessment value. We don't get involved in that. That's specifically an impact decision. These ones we help coordinate for the homeowner, but it's still impact that goes through and does the assessment. So once impact comes back and says the assessment has changed, we'll process the adjustment. So for this year, we had one adjustment to one property. It was burnt down and had to be demolished. The impact to the town is about $2,700 that we have to refund to them, and it has been processed. And I'm happy to answer any questions on it.
Thank you. Questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. So we have a report here, that finance report, FIN 2022-11 dated December 6, 2022, entitled Adjustment of Certain Property Taxes for 2022 and Prior Years be received, and that council be advised of the adjustments of the cancellation or reduction of the property taxes in the amount of $6,946.20 for the application currently submitted under Section 357 of the Municipal Act 2001, with the town's portion of the tax adjustment being $2,672.14 for the 2022 taxation year. Are there questions on that motion? Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Crothers, Councillor Foster. All those in favor? And that's carried. We'll move along. If there are no other reports or items at this time, I'm not seeing anything. We'll move along to item J. Mr. Webster, I believe you have presentation for council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We, at this point, will be kicking off our business plan and budget. Again, the challenges of the Build More Homes Act applications that are unknown at this point. As I indicated earlier, we do have a 2.8% base pressure, and we have some additional items for consideration as well, including the operational funding of the Healthy Active Living Plaza. Again, we'll turn it over to Mr. Marshall and his team, who have worked with our staff group. We will have the full budget binder and the business plan objectives distributed by Friday of next week, which will get it in council's hands, hopefully 4 to 6 weeks prior to the deliberations. Thank you very much. I'll pass it over to Mr. Marshall, Treasurer, again.
Thank you.
Hello once again.
Better news than the last one?
I'm hoping it's better news. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm happy to table the 2023 proposed business plan and budget. If you go to the next slide, please. In the presentation, we're going to go over quickly where we're sitting in terms of 2022's operating program, and then we'll go into an overview of what we're proposing for the 2023 budget. Thank you. Next slide, please. So overall, the town continues to be in a good financial position. Some of the key financial elements remain strong. We have the lowest relative taxes in York Region. We continue to be debt-free. We have about $140 million in reserves as of the end of 2021. And we still continue to carve out room in our operating programs to make sure that we can operate facilities when they are ready to come on board without a huge shock to the taxpayer in terms of a tax levy increase, and to provide some additional servicing for our community safety. So we continue to do that, and as a result, we're in a strong financial position. Next slide, please. So this is just a snapshot of where we stand at the end of Q3 2023, and these are the three components of our operating program for the town. So on our property tax supported program, we are right now at a bit of a surplus position. Our expenses are tracking about where they should be. Our fuel and utilities are a bit higher than normal, but we're still overall tracking a bit in accordance with what we're projecting. Our revenues have increased mainly due to the supplementary taxes that we're receiving that were higher than anticipated. And we're projecting at year end we'll have a bit of a surplus on our property tax side. On our development and fee supported programs, We have a pretty good surplus, mainly due to the fees that we've received from our Woodbine 1 development, which were higher than anticipated. We also have some salary gapping in particular our building area, building branch, which has brought our costs in a bit lower than anticipated at this time. So we are projecting a kind of surplus position on our fee-supported program as well. Our water and sewer rate-supported program, we're tracking basically in accordance with our projections for Q3, and we're projecting a little bit of a surplus on that, and mainly that's due to we're projecting our volumes are going to be a bit higher than what we had budgeted for, which would result in a bit of a surplus. But overall, we're tracking pretty well on the water and wastewater side. Next slide, please. So this slide shows our tax assessment growth since 2015. And we had a growth spurt in 2015 and 2016, which has resulted in a spike in our assessment over the next few years. In 2020, starting then, our assessment started to slow down a little bit, and we've hovered around the 2 to 4% range. And although we've dropped somewhat, we're still higher than many of the York Region municipalities who are looking at assessment growth in between 1 to 2%. So we're still tracking higher than. Next slide, please. So one of the objectives that council and staff have used to develop budgets through the past several years is to align the tax levy increases on our base programs and services with the rate of inflation. So this slide shows how we've been doing since 2017, and it shows that we have been successful in aligning our tax increases with inflation. So inflation for several years, it hovered around 2 to 2.5%, and you can see our tax increases were on our base programs were in line with that. 2020, when the pandemic hit, the inflation rate plummeted, so it went to 0 in some provinces. It went below 0, and as a result, council recognized that the times would be hard on taxpayers, and to provide relief for taxpayers in 2021, council passed a 0% increase to the taxes, and within that 0%, there was a dedicated 0.5% tax levy that went towards new facilities and towards community safety. And in 2022, council passed a 0% budget increase on the base programs and services and a dedicated 1% increase that went towards operations of the Health and Active Living Plaza and for hiring new frontline staff. So inflation right now, since 2021, has steadily increased. It peaked over 7%, and right now, the average for 2022 is 6.9%. October's inflation rate is 6.5%, so you can see how it's spiked fairly significantly from where we were before, where we were hovering around the 2 to 2.5%. So that's going to have an impact on our budgeting as we move forward. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, the town has the lowest relative taxes in York Region. So this slide looks at a typical two-story detached house in each municipality and the taxes that it would pay. And if you look at the chart, East Gwillimbury is 24% lower than the average taxpayer in York Region, which is about $1,000 per home. And it's about 15% less than the next highest, the next lowest municipality, which is about a $600 difference as well. Next slide, please. So taxes are one thing that a municipality charges its homeowner, and it's a major thing. The other major thing that the taxpayer is charged by the region, or sorry, by the town, is water billing. So we've said that the town has the lowest taxes, but we've heard comments about our water rates being on the high side. So we've done this slide to compare what happens if we combine the two. Where are we? And as you can see, we're still 13% lower than the average in York Region, which works out to about a $700 difference. So we're still getting good value for our taxpayers' dollar in East Gwillimbury. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, there's objectives that staff look at as we're preparing our budget submissions, and these have been fairly consistent for the last several years. And the first one, as mentioned before, aligning our tax levy increases on our base programs to inflation. As well as we grow, our road network grows, our parks, we have more parks and more facilities, and we have to make sure that we have funding in our budget to service those new facilities. So we want to make sure that we provide for those growth-related pressures in our budget. The multi-year funding plans have been in our budget for several years, and it's helpful to make sure that we are able to carve out that room for to smooth out the impacts of any tax levy increases on our taxpayers, and to provide for that funding, so when we're ready to open the doors and run the facilities, we have the funding available. So we want to continue to make sure that we provide for that in our budget. We also focus on optimizing efficiency and effectiveness, so that helps us to reduce costs and increase our service levels as well. And our modernization program is an example of that effort that we continue to do to make sure that we continue our search for efficiency and effectiveness. We also want to ensure that that there is funding available for our asset replacement. So when assets need repair or need to be replaced, we have that funding available to make sure that that happens. So we want to make sure that that is also provided for in our budget. And finally, cost of living increases. We want to make sure our staff, we have a provision in there for our staff to make sure that there's cost of living increases for them. Next slide, please. So the preliminary expenditure budget for 2023 is $62.9 million, and it consists of our 3 operating programs and our capital program as well. I wanted to point out that the water and wastewater rate-supported budget is the 2022 value, as we're still waiting for some information from the region to be able to complete that budget. And so we've included our 2022 budget in there as well. So you'll be seeing more of that in February as well. So with that, I'd like to pass it to our Director of Finance and Deputy Treasurer, Valerie Adema, who's here to go into some of the details on the operating program.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Good morning, members of council, Madam Mayor. Next slide, please. As we can see from this slide, the pressure on the base budget this year is approximately $1.5 million. This pressure can be summarized in three main areas. Salaries and benefits account for approximately 2/3 of the town tax-supported expenditures. 1.1 million pressure comes from this area. The amount you see here includes salary, step, and merit adjustments, benefit cost adjustments, an allowance for a cost of living increase for all staff, as well as an allowance for the upcoming collective agreement when it is finalized. The second area where we see net cost pressures of approximately $200,000 is growth-related and modernization of services. These pressures include a CPI increase on the waste management contract, increased costs for software licensing, increased demands for training and professional development, as well as fees associated with increased volumes such as bank fees and advertising costs. The third area where we see cost pressures is inflationary cost increases in the amount of approximately $200,000. Here we see rising costs of fuel, utilities, natural gas, and hydro to operate town vehicles and facilities. Equipment repair costs are rising, as well as the cost of running town events. The offsets for these cost pressures also comes from three main areas. The first area is the in-year assessment growth. As Mr. Marshall presented earlier, our assessment growth runs around 3% for 2023. The second area is our projected supplemental assessment growth. This is expected to rise slightly in 2023 by approximately $100,000. Supplemental assessment growth varies each year and can be difficult to predict as it is dependent on when the homes are assessed through MPAC. The final area to fund the cost pressures in the tax-supported program is through a tax levy increase. The current required increase for base programs is 2.8%, or approximately $700,000. Perhaps before moving to the next slide, I can pause here if there are any questions. It's a lot of information.
Questions? Councillor Roy Clemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I'm wondering if you can explain a little bit the difference between the supplemental assessment and the in-year assessment. It's my understanding that MPAC isn't doing a reassessment, so our assessed values of our homes are staying static as they have been since 2016. So where would this in-year assessment come from? And then the supplemental piece is new homes. At only 100,000, I'm expecting, that doesn't seem like very many new homes whatsoever, considering when we look out the window, there's a lot of activity taking place. So can you help with that distinction, please?
For sure. Through you, Madam Mayor. So the in-year assessment growth would be new homes that were added to the roll last year. So that increases our base roll that we can determine the tax levy on. Supplemental tax income would be for catch-up that MPAC is doing. They have 3 years to do an assessment on new homes that are added. And throughout 2023, we don't know when that will happen and which homes will be assessed. So we do a projection for what we expect MPAC will assess in the next year. It's a $100,000 increase to what we previously budget. So we're actually budgeting about $500,000 for supplemental tax.
Okay, so this is all based on new growth, and the assessment is MPAC looking at a new home and saying, actually, it's worth this, not what was paid for in 2019 when they bought it in the sales office.
Yeah, and the assessment values are still based on the 2016
Right, so
values.
the people who've lived here already are not going to see a change at this point, as I understood it anyway, and you're echoing the same. So if they were to undertake a new assessment, we might see quite a bit of a bump, would we not, in the assessment numbers?
We will see a rise in our base assessment. However, we won't see a rise in the tax levy, so we balance
Because we adjust
two.
the mill rate?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Can you break down that 1.1 million in base programs and services? It all seems to be salary related, and I just want to get an idea of how it breaks down each of those areas, because I would think salary step and merit adjustments would be offset by, someone at the top end retiring, someone new coming in. So often that's helps offset. So I just wanted to get a breakdown in those three.
Through you, Madam Mayor. The breakdown for the 1.1 million is about almost half for salary and step merit adjustments and related benefit cost adjustments, and then the COLA allowance and collective agreement would be the other half. So there is an allowance there. We do have a relatively young workforce, so they are still moving through the steps. We also have some merit adjustments where we do in-year reclassifications to existing positions when they're taking on additional roles and responsibilities, and that prevents us from having to continue to hire additional staff. Rather, we increase the responsibilities, and that comes then with a merit increase.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead.
Next slide, please, Andrew. Additional considerations that are not included in the base budget and are listed here for council consideration and will be discussed in detail during the budget discussions in January. The first item here is the multi-year funding plan for the Health and Active Living Plaza. I'll go into more detail in an upcoming slide. However, the proposed dedicated increase is 1%, which is equivalent to about $272,000 of tax levy. The cost to the average household NEG of this increase is just under $20 annually. The second item for consideration are the new staffing requests for 2023. Many of the staffing requests are conversions and do not require additional funding. So the total amount for consideration is approximately $67,000, or 1/4%. The cost of this item annually for the average household is just under $5. New or changed community requests are still being collected and summarized, so we don't have an estimated total at this point. This will be available shortly and will be distributed along with the budget binders. We do not expect the impact from this item to be a substantial amount, but will provide the totals and tax impacts when it is distributed. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the new staffing requests for 2023. Hard to see on this screen, but there is 2 different colors there. The very top line is green. The request in green at the top is for a full-time facilities maintenance technician. This is partially offset by part-time salaries that already exist, resulting in a tax requirement of approximately $50,000, or 0.18%. The next list of staffing requests are in blue. These are conversions or fully funded positions, so they have a minimal impact, if any. Full details of all the staffing requests, including position descriptions, will be available in the budget binders for review. They will also be discussed in detail at the budget discussions in January, and general managers will be available to answer any specific questions about the positions themselves. Next slide, please. This graph shows the breakdown of where my tax dollar goes. You can see from the sections on the chart that more than 2/3 of our tax-supported budget are coming from CIES, CPRC, and ECSS, so our frontline services. Next slide, please. In 2016, a multi-year funding strategy was created to begin to create tax room in each year to offset the requirement of a large tax levy increase requirement in the opening year of new facilities. It is estimated the net operating cost of the Health and Active Living Plaza will be approximately $1.7 million. This number has been adjusted from the original 1.6 to adjust for some support costs that were not included in original estimates. The current funding that has been previously set aside is $902,000. This amount is included in the base budget. However, the increase required is not included in the base budget. There's approximately $800,000 remaining to fund before the opening of the Health and Active Living Plaza. This is equivalent to a 1% dedicated tax increase over the next 3 years to reach the targeted operating cost. Next slide, please. In summary, the tax-supported budget for 2023 is proposed with a 2.8% tax levy increase to fund the base programs. This increase is approximately equivalent to $54 per year for the average homeowner in East Gwillimbury. Additional items for council consideration will further amount to a tax levy increase of 1.25%, 6% or approximately $25 per year for the average homeowner. This budget allows for the existing programs and services with the related growth to continue. It maintains a focus on modernization and transformation so that we can utilize technology and process improvements to offer enhanced and elevated service levels to our residents. During the budget development process, we asked departments to forecast out any requirements they expect to see in the next couple of years. The expectation at this point is that the 2024 budget should align with inflation levels. I'm happy to take any further questions at this point before I pass it on to Carolyn for capital.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. When this comes back, I'm wondering if you can break down the new frontline staff over the last number of years, because as we grow, we know we need more staff in every department, and we sort of just see a snapshot each year. There's a few people here, a few people there. So I'm wondering if it's possible to break it down over the last number of years since we've really started this on this growth, to look at department by department, how many people we've added, how many new jobs we've added, so that we can get an idea that we are growing in every department across the board. So that's one comment, if that could come back. Whatever's easiest for you, however many years you can go back, whatever makes sense. And my second comment is more of an overall comment. Excuse me, when we see the slides that show, how affordable it is here in East Gwillimbury because our taxes are so low, and then we add in the water because we know that water can be expensive and that. The one thing that's not captured in that, and this isn't so much for this budget, but it's more of like an overall long-term thing to think about, is that some of those municipalities that are at the top, they might be $2,000 more in property taxes, but people don't need 2 cars for every single household. So when we are planning, if we want to keep EG affordable, we have to look at walkability. So that's what I'm saying. It's more long-term, but every time I see that slide, it strikes me that it doesn't quite encapsulate what affordability means when you have a car-dependent community versus a non-car dependent community. So I just wanted to throw that out there as food for thought when we get more into strategic planning and that sort of thing.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to our staff. Thank you for the presentation. Comment that I have, I look at the section around, as concerned similar to Councillor Carruthers. I wonder if it's a little light on our staffing requirements. I know during the last couple of years, we've really asked a lot of our staff, and people are doing maybe 1.5 times their workload, and yes, we are topping them up a bit, but I'm wondering if we would be better served with having, another person in place, or whatever the case may be. If you overburden staff, the quality of service starts to drop. And so I would just say to staff here today that if you think you need some extra staff, don't be afraid to put up your hands and say so. And I know, just, back, if I look back to the previous term, we actually made a commitment that we would, I'm sure Councillor Foster would back me up on this, that we were going to review the needs for full-time firefighters, additional. And so I think we need to honor that and take another look at that to make sure that that everyone's needs are being met in all departments. So again, all I would say is, as a general comment to all department heads, if you think you need more staff, I know the pressure is on to keep our taxes low and whatnot, but there is an obligation for this organization to provide good service to the residents. So I don't want to sacrifice good service for lower taxes. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll take that one further, Councillor Crone. I was a little dismayed to not see a couple of staff members for which you speak. I hope that we don't continually hear that the reason for those staff members not being there is because of a study that we're doing with a neighboring municipality. I don't think that precludes us from making sure that our staffing levels are maybe not the best, but at least better. So you'll probably get sick of me through this budget process harping on that particular one. And Madam Mayor, yourself and CAO Webster, I hope that we can sit down and kind of hash this one out soon. Thank you.
Already noted, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Roy DeClemente and then Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of things in the same vein as Councillor Carruthers, that when you come back to us, I'd like to have a bit more information, some flesh on the bones, as it were. Some history on our historic surpluses. According to the slide today, it's looking like you're projecting a $7.2 million surplus, which is a significant surplus. So that was how I read the slide, Mr. Marshall. So I just would like some information on the historic, because we have had some pretty hefty surpluses over the years. Secondly, the health and active living plaza operating costs. I'd like a bit more understanding of what that money, how that breaks down, when we need to spend that money. I believe there's there's a proposal to hire someone this year in preparation for, and I know the library also has some plans for that. So when it comes back to us for that, I would appreciate hearing more about that. And then just finally, through you, Madam Mayor, to Ms. Adema, the provision for COLA for staff in the operating budget, what is that percentage?
2.5%.
2.5. Thank you.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. As this is my first public meeting as a newly elected town councillor, I would like to emphasize that it is such a weighty and significant agenda, and I have not been part of the prior meetings leading up to this budget presentation. I've been familiarizing myself with the Ontario Municipal Councillor's Guide and the role of the councillor, and the role of the councillor is to be a representative and a policymaker and a steward. And this resonated with me very strongly when I saw the list of the new staffing that was in the plan, and I noted the absence of the potentially hiring members for emergency services. So I would like to reiterate what Councillor Crone and Councillor Foster have said, that we need to be mindful of not sacrificing service and ensuring public safety, which is our duty as councillors, for the sake of lower taxes. Thank you very much.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
Thank you. I too would be appreciative to hear the reasoning behind not proposing new staff members for emergency services. I suspect that it has something to do with the key performance indicators and call volume. And I'd like to have that data as well, so that we can make some informed decisions about the demands on our department and how we are responding, and if we need to resource, or if we're currently responding at the levels that are appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions at this time.
I will pass it over to Carolyn for capital.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Thank you. So we're going to begin our review of the town's capital program with the discussion of our open capital projects. The town has a list of 140 projects that have been previously approved by council and are at various stages of completion. There's an outstanding value of those projects of $116.8 million. Discussions with town staff occur every year, and they've indicated that of these projects, 51 will be closed at the end of the year with a variance of $1.7 million. Highlights from the 89 projects that are being carried forward to 2023 include the construction of our Health and Active Living Plaza, architectural services for the East Gwillimbury Sports Complex expansion, excuse me, the implementation of our City View software enhancements program, our Center Street revitalization project, a town gateway feature initiative, ongoing work as part of our 2022 road rehab program, as well as some critical bridge rehabilitation works. Next slide, please. New capital submissions for 2023 total $12.7 million. Final reviews of departmental staff are occurring at this time, so this number may be a little bit different than the figure that you see in your budget binders once you get them. This year is more of a maintenance year. As you can see, 60% of our projects are funded by reserves as opposed to growth-related projects, which would be funded by development charges. The 10-year pie chart shows the capital program over 10 years by funding source. So this includes those 2023 new submissions, as well as the future years of already approved capital projects, plus our 10-year program, which has not been approved by council yet. As you can see, a much more significant share of that 10-year program is funded by development charges, 64%, which lends itself to the conversation we had earlier and why it's so important to track the impacts of Bill 23. Next slide, please. So these pie charts here show our 2023 new submissions and our 10-year program by department. 54% of our 2023 submissions relate to the CIS department, and then 17% to CPRC. Over the longer term, CPRC, Parks and Recreation, accounts for over half of the 10-year expenditures, which is directly related to the Health and Active Living Plaza. Next slide, please. Okay, so just to go over some highlights, which you'll, of course, see in much greater detail in your budget binders, but highlights from our 2023 submissions include a focus on asset repair and replacement, planning to replace a pumper vehicle, a snow plow, and we'll be undertaking an asset management program. This project is currently under review. Focus on managing growth with community secondary plans for our White Belt lands. And finally, continuous community improvement, our annual road and concrete rehab programs. You'll see a continuation of our Centre Street revitalization, as well as storm outfalls work in Mount Albert. So I'll now pass it back to Warren to conclude the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. So we've talked about the tax-supported operating program, and we've talked about capital. The final two areas of our budget are, one is the development and fee-supported budget. It consists of 5 service areas, which are listed here, and these areas are receive no property tax-supported funding. They're all funded from fees that are charged for the service that is provided. So the proposed budget for 2023 is $5 million in expenditures, which is about $100,000 more than our 2022 budget. And we'll be providing more details and information as you receive your budget binders and we go through the budget discussions. Next slide, please. So the final area of our operating budget is the water and wastewater budget, and that is supported through the water and wastewater billings that are charged to our property owners. So the largest cost within that budget is the charges that York Region applies for providing us with water supply and for treating wastewater. That makes up about 60 to 65% of the budget in this area. And last year, the region announced that they are going to be passing 3.3% increases to their rates annually for the next 5 years. So that will have some an impact on the water and wastewater budget as we move forward. So as I mentioned earlier, we're still waiting for finalized rates from the region. So we're proposing that that budget be tabled in February once we get that information and are able to complete our budget. Next slide, please. So sorry to bring this back up again, but Bill 23, it leaks not only through our capital side, but it leaks through to the operating. So Part of Bill 23, which has been approved, is essentially a downloading of services to the local municipalities, which will have an impact in either increased staffing requirements or contracted services. So we're still trying to find out, like as I mentioned before, more details on what that actually means for us. So there could be some impacts that we'll see in 2023, but as we bring forward more information to you, we'll start to identify those impacts and identify requirements as we move forward. Next slide, please. So our next steps, as Mr. Webster mentioned earlier at the beginning, we're planning on getting the budget binders out to council for their reading pleasure by December 16th, and happy holidays. Also, we are going to be scheduling meetings with the councillors for their budget discussions the week of January 9th, and we'll probably go into the week of the 16th as well. So we'll be, you'll be seeing a meeting request for that coming out as well. I know there is an item on the agenda about the scheduling for council meetings. So dependent on what happens out of that, what we're proposing is our budget discussions start on January 30th. We have a session on the 1st and the 8th as well, tabling the water and wastewater budget on the 7th, and potential approval of the budget on February 22nd, depending on how things progress. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just, on behalf of council, I am sure that everyone agrees with me that thank you for all of the work that yourself and your staff have done. I also want to say thank you for onboarding me, much like my fellow councillor, Councillor Leahy, being new. It comes at us like a fire hose, and so I appreciate you walking me through things. Having spent some time with Mr. Marshall and some of his team, I got into asking some questions about some numbers, and one of the things that we spoke about looking for asset schedule, a schedule of listing of all of our assets, and it turns out that the team is working on something, and good news is that it is coming soon. I'm not exactly sure when it is coming, but through you, Madam Mayor, one of the reasons why I'm asking regarding the schedule of assets, I'm also picturing the depreciation of those assets over 30-year, 20-year, 10-year, and then kind of like 5-year window, or maybe as it pertains to a term of council, a 4-year window, i.e. what does this council term going to see from this standpoint of asset replacement, and what kind of funding that is needed. And so when I look at the proposed business plan and budget and the scheduled dates, I'm wondering how the work that is happening on the efforts to be able to say, this is our schedule of assets, and how that lines up with thoughts around replacement of those assets through a time depreciation window of something that might reflect a term of council, or at least in the near term of a 1, 2, or 3 year.
So through you, Madam Mayor. So the work that you're referring to is an update to our asset management plan. Our core services has to be done by legislation. I think it was the end of this year. So there will be something coming from our CIES group to table that, and there'll be some discussion as well. But before that, we have had, we do have listings of our assets, and we have done work before on what our requirements are for asset replacement. We've done 10-year plans as well that outline what our replacements will be in the next few years, and we've done reserve analysis to make sure that we can afford to fund those those replacements when they do come on board. So So despite that requirement from the province, that I think that you're referring to, that we have a formal asset management plan approved by council, we do have work that we have done that informs us on what we need in terms of our reserves.
Great. Look forward to reviewing that. I'd love to see the line items, and especially as we go in against the budget, to see if we can look at them in parallel. So thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My question's along the same line about asset management. On Val's last slide, there was a line item about an asset management plan of that's going to cost 1.2 million. I know that these types of things can cost a lot of money, but that just seemed like a lot of money. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, that is actually, I think Ms. Brown referred to some refinements to our capital budgeting. That is one of the projects that is going to be refined in terms of costs to see if we can shave that down as well. So you'll see a revised number coming out on that one.
Excellent. I agree that it's very important, but just that 1.2 million sort of shocked me. And now you mentioned in one of your slides about looking for alternative funding sources to offset Bill 23. What might those look like?
So through you, Madam Mayor, so we're opening the box. So we're trying to think outside the box. So one of the things is, well, one of our go-tos is we have our community capital contributions. So that is funding things that are outside of the DC legislation. But our development community has worked with us and come on board and is providing funding for those items. So it could be an addition to that schedule to replace some of the funding that we're missing. That's going to be challenging because we haven't opened that up for a while, so that could end up opening some discussions on the whole thing as opposed to just adding something else. Also, just a potential fee that's outside of that community capital contributions. Same principle though, but it might be outside of that. Also looking at, once we get the legislation, seeing if there's any way that we can work around some of the legislation to be able to actually collect more through the DCs as opposed to trying to get another charge out there. So those are some of the things that we're kicking around right now, but we have some great minds here that will be able to come up with some creative alternatives.
We sure do, and I appreciate that this is going to take some creative thinking to figure out how to work on this. I'm glad you're thinking outside the box. My final comment is we do the business plan and budget together, and it's important because one falls out of the other. But I just want to make sure that we spend enough time on the business plan portion of it, because often it feels like we rush right to the budget, and the business plan is what sets us up for the budget, and making sure that we're all on the same page of what the business plan is. So I just want to kind of put that out as what I'm looking for, is for us to slow down on the business plan portion of the meetings to make sure that we're taking a really good look at that and asking the important questions there, and spend a little bit more time on that than we have in the past. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Webster? And anything that you wanted to add at this point?
Only, Madam Mayor, that I think we're going to be rolling up our sleeves on many initiatives here. And coming back to council, I do appreciate all the comments from council, and Councilor Carruthers is bang on the priorities and objectives that also align with the strategic plan that we're bringing along, are mission critical. So today has been a heavy finance day to start this new term of council, to say the least. We've got very good staff in all of these areas. So we'll be working diligently to bring forward both a good DC amendment process and a supporting tax and capital plan for next year as well.
Thank you. Any questions? I'm not seeing any. Be it resolved that the presentation dated December 6, 2022, entitled Proposed Business Plan and Budget be received. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers, Councillor Foster, all those in favor? And that's carried. We are at item 2 under administration. I'm watching the time, but I think we can move along a little bit yet. Legal Services Report, 2022-13, Bill 23, More Homes Built Faster Act, 2022. Do we have?
Madam Mayor, I could do a little lead-in for this one as well.
Thank you.
And this provincial government is currently not doing a great job of listening. In my role as on the board of directors for the Ontario CAOs, we met with the folks that actually wrote the legislation about 3 weeks ago, and we provided some real hard-hitting context of what this is going to do to our community. At least I had an opportunity to, and there wasn't a lot of appreciation for the position we're in. I can let you know that the province extended the commenting deadline, and then a few days later ended up passing the legislation into an act while the commenting period was still open. So it puts us all, and we're not alone here. There's major environmental matters. There's downloading of conservation authorities, of really scaling back their mandate, regional planning, and a lot of that coming to the lower level at the same time as there's a whole regional governance review being undertaken as well. So there is a lot of moving pieces. We're going to really be doing our best to stay on top of it. Janice Ingram, our new solicitor and GM of Legal and Property Services, has led our team to put together a synopsis of where we are. We're not directly impacted in this round by the Greenbelt changes, but nonetheless, the 83% that were protected in our official plan, there's other municipalities that have done similar initiatives, and they've had lands unilaterally removed from the Greenbelt. And I don't think there's anyone that's going to criticize the need for more affordable and increased housing supply, but some of the measures are certainly very drastic, and the one that impacts us the most currently is the financial ones, but there are many other elements as well. So we are looking at it. We do have staff prepared to speak to the various components, and Janice can provide a larger overview as well. I'll leave it to council's appetite for how much we want to get into it. This could actually need a whole separate session coming up as well, and maybe that's a thought that as we have a couple of workshops coming up, maybe we could devote a portion of a workshop to Bill 23 specifically, or the act. I should be calling it an act. We've got to realize it's no longer a bill. So I'll leave it to council's discretion for what type of presentation they would like to see. Currently, we do have a need to sit down and meet with our MPP. She's got a major influential position. Madam Mayor, we have talked. We have not seen her of late, and it would be well advised for us to put our particular situation to her in the context, particularly for the help currently that it puts us in, and as well. We've been following closely the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority, and Rob Baldwin has offered to come out to municipal councils to discuss what's happening with respect to their mandate as well. So I'll table it back to you, Madam Mayor. And
Thank you very much. For me, certainly, our MPP, it's time that we had a discussion with her. You're right, Mr. Webster, haven't seen her for some time. I suspect that she will be busy, but she usually makes time for us. So I've made a note of that one in particular. And as your representative on the Conservation Authority, I'm aware, we had a meeting last week, and I know that there's going to be some need to sit down with the Conservation Authority as well. So I would expect that we will pursue that sooner than later with the number of municipalities that are members of the authority. I'd like to get on the early list as opposed to a little later in the season. So I can commit to that as well. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you, and I thank staff for the great report, very thorough. I think one thing that's missing from our resolutions is about the environmental impacts. A big section of the report talks about impacts to natural heritage and green space, yet we're only talking about the development charges. And, you know, we consider ourselves leaders when it comes to the environment, all the great things that the town is doing. And, you know, the development charge changes will impact us financially, but as Warren says, we'll look for alternative sources of funding. The changes to the environment, we cannot come back from. Those are permanent changes. Dollars come and go, but the environment, once you pave it over, that's it. So to me, that is the most important thing about this bill, and if we are serious about being environmental leaders and as the fastest growing municipality, I think we need to be speaking up on the very points that are in this staff report about the impacts to our natural heritage. So if we can add something to this motion that refers to that along with development charges, that it's also about the impacts to our natural heritage and green space. Thanks.
I've made a note. Thank you. Councillor Di Clemente, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think there's another aspect that wasn't really covered by the report, although the report was very fulsome and extremely helpful to me to understand just how profound these changes are. But the impact to our heritage initiatives as well. And so what I might suggest is that we, in the third clause where it says that we're calling for a meeting with our MPP to discuss the significant adverse financial impact, that we simply add in financial, environmental, and heritage impacts to the town. And that would cover it, I think, at least from my perspective, as encompassing more of the issues that are so wide-ranging with this act. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hay.
Thank you very much through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to our CAO, Tom Webster, for his introduction to this point on the agenda. I would like to ask a question, and I suppose it's best addressed to our CAO. In terms of the resolution, or perhaps Janice, our lawyer, the resolution that's been put forward, there are 3 paragraphs, and in terms of the priority and the ordering of those items in the resolution, I was wondering if it might be considered to switch up the order of the paragraphs, in the sense that I believe it would be beneficial to first seek a meeting with the town and our Honourable Caroline Mulroney, the Member of Provincial Parliament, and put that at the top of the resolution and work constructively and have conversations to hopefully work towards amending the Bill 23. And then as well, have meetings with and a presentation from the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority before we have the what is now the first paragraph, which is requesting the immediate repeal of all provisions of the Act pertaining to development charges. And I would ask that we perhaps consider the word immediate while acknowledging the significant negative potential impacts of this bill on the town, that that might be a little bit extreme in terms of the wording, and that we consider removing the word immediate until we have followed through with the other components of meeting with our MPP and receiving the presentations to council from the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority.
Mr. Webster?
I'll ask either, Deputy CAO or Janice Ingram to respond to the items raised.
Madam Mayor, through you, certainly the sequencing of resolutions is council's discretion. So if you wish to reorder those and resequence them, that's absolutely your prerogative. In terms of the wording, again, it's council's prerogative. We suggested the word immediately because we see these matters as being hugely significantly impactful, and we wanted to express a sense of urgency. However, practically speaking, we don't believe that anything will happen immediately. It's not going to happen this week or next week. However, it was to express a sense of urgency and immediacy to the fact that this situation is very concerning to us. And I just, while I'm speaking, since I can make a few comments, I'll comment a little further if you don't mind.
Please, go ahead.
It's incredibly troubling when changes to rules are made retroactively. I liken it to, being served with a speeding ticket for, speeding in an area that was, a different speed limit 3 months ago, but because you were following the rules at the time, you're retroactively issued with the ticket. It would be illogical. You would never conceive of it. So this organization and many organizations around Ontario have made decisions, responsible, prudent decisions, in a forward-thinking manner, respecting the rules that were in place, and now we're being advised we're changing the rules back to a time when you were making responsible and appropriate decisions. It's somewhat inconceivable. So the language that we've used here is probably a little bit is purposely intended to suggest that these matters are not only significant, but there's a sense of significant urgency to have meaningful discussion about the impacts of these. So those are some contextual comments. I hope they're helpful.
Thank you. To follow up with that, I agree that there's a sense of urgency, and so I do agree with meeting as soon as possible with the town's representative member of provincial parliament. And then my follow-up question would be, are there any other individuals that we should be seeking meetings with in December and January while our budget considerations and meetings are ongoing?
I'm not seeing any, what Councillor Crothers wants to add.
Thank you.
So go ahead.
I think it's important that these are in this order because we do want them to repeal it immediately. There's nothing that, speaking with our MPP or the Conservation Authority, is going to change our mind on how the impact of this. And as Mr. Valchik says, the impacts are immediate, and we need it to stop. And then we need to talk with our MPP and the Conservation Authority on what types of things we need to be doing to change this so it doesn't impact us to the degree that it is. So I think the order of this is exactly as it should be. We need this to pause until we can find a better solution than the one that is currently on the books in this act. I agree with Councillor Roy DiClemente about adding heritage and environmental impacts to the third paragraph. I think it also needs to be in the second paragraph as well, right after development charges, adding environmental and heritage impacts as well into that one. So we're not missing that in either talking to the province or talking directly to our MPP. Thank you.
Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. It's more of a procedural or a process question. The resolution about the ministry is in response to ERO 1961-72, and that, I believe, is the period, the commenting period, if I'm not mistaken, that I think was extended. So when is it extended to? What is that deadline? Because it seems to me that our submission would be part of, hey, even though you've made it an act, we're still going to give you our feedback as you apparently requested.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the extended period is to December 9, so that's 3 days from now. And to give you further context about this, the way the report was drafted and intended, this legislation changed 9 acts. And as you've heard, and I'm not going to be a broken record, in profound and significant ways. It was egregious, and the province ignored their own municipal act obligation to provide a meaningful consultation with impacted municipalities and other organizations. And they gave us 30 days, okay? So when the report was first under my pen to draft, it was in the first reading. That was on October 25. I was not even finished this report when it had it received royal assent, okay, a month later. And in that period of time, while we were busy trying to respond to the ERO that's specifically about the DC Act and Planning Act changes that has the financial impact to us. As we were busy trying to craft our response, they extended the commenting period, which was lovely, but during that time, they actually passed the legislation, okay? So one asked the rhetorical question at that time, and this is amongst staff, do we actually need or should we respond? Because of the insult to us and other municipalities alike, that their behavior can only be described as insulting and egregious. One noted point that I'd like to bring to your attention, because this should resonate with all this room. They took this legislation, and apart from the financial impacts, which you've heard at a great extent today from our finance team, they took away the regional and municipalities' planning responsibilities in a stroke of a pen, 30 days to respond. And they called them an upper tier municipality without planning responsibilities. I don't know about any person here, but I am deeply offended, not being with York Region any longer with the upper tier, but still working within the upper tier, lower tier environment. When the province can do that, I suggest that you go back with strength in terms of, as Councillor Carruthers has said, I advocate that. Go back with strength. We are one of the few, actually I couldn't find anyone else, who actually used the words to repeal the legislation. It was all about let's get together and talk. And I would suggest to you, talking will not necessarily be very helpful, given the behavior. It's not that we're opposed to it. We put it in the recommendations to talk to our municipal member of parliament, Carolyn Mulrooney, who's always been wonderful and excellent for us. Talk to the conservation authorities. They will have some input, not only on their own perspective in terms of their own role, which has been stripped and decimated in the stroke of a pen, but they will also have a perspective on the environmental issues that you speak of. We did not have time at the staff level to even address the heritage, the environmental. We went for the biggest bang in the time that was allotted and hope for the best. And so those are my comments. I just wanted to provide you with that perspective, because we're talking about a report, the report that you're authoring or will advocate today, but we're also talking about the letter that was sent out, before council, so a week ago, for your review, that was going to go to the ministry in response to the Planning Act and DC Act changes that impacted us financially. That was designated to go to that ERO number. There are other ERO numbers that deal with environmental and heritage. Those unfortunately, those commenting periods have been closed, so will they toss our responses in the garbage? I don't know. It depends. I have no words for you, except, you know, to be, to advocate that I'm as flabbergasted about this as you are. So the report, yes, would need to be changed in terms of the 40 to 70 million that the finance GM has indicated, rather than the 20 to 50 million that's in the report right now. In addition, the letter would have to be revised and signed by the mayor and Mr. Webster. So, because that reflects the 20 to 50 million that has now been updated. And we'll take a look at whether or not any other changes you require to be made to that letter, but that letter is not before you, but it has to go if it's to meet the December 9th, unless they change it again on us, the December 9th commenting period. Those are all my submissions. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Ingram. I think we're all going to share your feeling that it's egregious and insulting. And for me, it's a function, you know, I'm happy to amend accordingly, but there's a deadline here that we're trying to address. And so I'm fine to leave it as presented and amend it with the additional funding amounts. Thank you.
Councillor Foster?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering, I'm hearing, you know, strength in numbers and that type of thing. I'm wondering if it wouldn't be a bad idea, maybe at a regional level, maybe there's already something in the works, but after a municipal meeting with the MPP, and I'm assuming that other municipalities are meeting with their MPP, might it be a thought on a regional level to get multiple MPPs in the room, because I'm quite certain you're probably going to come up with a lot of different takes on how this thing works. It might be a good idea to have everybody in the room to be able to say, no, that's not what we were told. I don't know whether that works or not, just a thought.
Thank you. We're all assuming that our MPP and other MPPs are entertaining meetings. And I have a concern about that. I'll just leave it at that for now. Councillor Crone and then Councillor Johns.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to staff. Thank you very much for this report, and I appreciate the offer of maybe doing a future workshop on it. I think that would be beneficial so that we all have a complete understanding of this. I would also like to congratulate staff on the candor in which you have spoken today. It is incredibly refreshing, and I hope we see more of that to come, because I really do appreciate hearing your feelings about this as well. You're the experts that we rely on. You're closer to the source material than we are, so I really do appreciate the candor. I'd be willing to bet anyone a steak dinner that our comments don't change a thing given the process and content of all of this, but I think it is incredibly important that we go on record as being opposed to this, and that we raise our concerns, so that if we are asked one day, we can say that we did protest it. So I'm happy with the additions that have been made, but I think time is of the essence, and so we need to at least be on the record and let the folks at Queen's Park know how we feel. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have any amendments outside of what staff have recommended, but I do just want to say we've heard words such as egregious and insulting, and I'm sitting here and I'm reflecting and I'm thinking about our role in this and how we communicate, and taking Councillor Crone's thoughts. The fact is, as councillors, we are directors of a corporation, and so I think that from a standpoint of serving as a director of a corporation, I would like to be recorded in the minutes saying that not only do words such as egregious and insulting apply, I do believe a word such as damaging applies as well. And so as a director of the corporation, documenting that feedback would be appreciated. So thank you.
Mrs. Ingram mentioned the letter that we had all taken a look at, and it was supposed to be signed by the mayor and our CAO. Did that not go out already?
If I can address that as well, thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Mayor. The letter started off as a response to these, the very speedy commenting period. That's where it started. Eventually, we had the extension of the commenting period, so there was time to circulate it, get feedback, and now it's kind of morphed into something as almost like a companion to the report. So the additional paragraph that was added to, it's the second last paragraph in the letter, although that's not in front of you today, but you probably have seen it. There was an additional paragraph crafted about the environmental, recognizing that the letter was going only into the ERO submission concerning the DC and Planning Act amendment. So, but the letter does have a reference to that now, Councillor Carruthers, as requested by you. It may need to be a bit tweaked based upon the heritage and the environmental, but the reality was we do not fully understand at this point what those impacts are. We recognized when we looked at the Greenbelt maps that we have on Google, that the Greenbelt changes were not going to impact East Gwillimbury's Greenbelt, but that is not to detract or reduce the implications broader than East Gwillimbury of the legislation and our concerns about that. But we need to know more, and we just don't have the time at this point. We need to bring back a more fulsome report on that, because commenting for that for those environmental, those periods have closed. The only one, the one that we're responding to remains open till the 9th, but the ones that you would have been concerned about have closed. So now what our approach must be is just to continue to do whatever avenues we have available to us to advocate against this legislation, and in terms of those impacts that are external to the financial impacts that we're addressing.
Thank you. I just wanted to find out if that letter had been sent, because I was
No.
under the impression that it had. So that's too bad that we didn't get that sent, but I'm glad that we will with the addendums. And even though the Greenbelt portion doesn't affect us directly, we still need to speak up on it. Silence equals consent, and I think that it's within our purview to say that we don't agree with that. There's a number of things around natural heritage that are affected by this. So even though we don't know all the details and all the implications, what we do know, we can comment on. And, egregious and insulting, I think, should be the headline of the letter, because this is what all of us are saying. And I think it's important, even if the commenting period is closed, and there's been comments here that, will they even listen to our comments? That's why I think it's important to talk to our MPP. And the other audience is our residents. Our residents want to know what EG Council and staff think of this legislation. And so far, they've heard silence, and that's because this is our first official council meeting. So I think it's important that we have some sort of communication plan. First and foremost, it's to the government, to our MPP, but also we need to make sure that we are putting something out there in the public domain that they can see what council feels about this. And I think council's pretty united on this. And even though we don't know all of the impacts that we do know, we're very upset about. And I think that that's very clear. So I'd like to know, what we can do to make sure that our residents who aren't listening into our council meeting know what we're thinking on this.
Go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, if I can just respond very briefly to Councillor Crothers' comments. As the councillor indicated, this was the first formal opportunity for this council to meet and discuss this. However, staff have been working proactively to be ready as soon as this meeting ends with media release. So our communications team has been working to make sure that we're ready with a media release that could go out as early as this afternoon or tomorrow at the latest. So we will be following up very quickly, as well as you know, we provide council highlights through our weekly updates to the community as well. And so we'll be using those avenues as well to update our residents in terms of where council stands with respect to this matter, and more importantly, what are we planning to do moving forward to try and influence this to the best of our ability.
Thank you.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Well, first of all, I know some of the people in this room know I keep track of the quotes of the day, and I think egregious and insulting gets it for today. To Councillor John's point, I sent a quick note to the clerk. I'm going to suggest a whereas clause at the beginning of this resolution that would address that. And the whereas would be something along the lines of, whereas the town of East Gwillimbury will suffer significant damage as a result of the egregious and insulting legislation associated with the More Homes Built Faster Act, be it therefore resolved that, and then follows our clauses.
Well done.
Thank you.
I'm happy to move that, Madam.
I'm going to request a recorded vote.
We'll have a recorded vote.
Through you, Madam Mayor, before council on the screen is all of the amendments that council has proposed to the recommendation of the report. Councillor Roy DeClemente has requested for a recorded vote. So I will begin with that process. Councillor Roy DeClemente, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Carruthers, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Crone, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Foster, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Haxton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Johns, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Leahy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that motion's been carried.
Thank you very much.
And Madam Clerk, I think you had myself and Councillor Johns is moving and seconding.
That's correct. Thank you so much.
There's just no words that describe it, although you did very well without using profanity. I've met with a couple of the mayors that are involved as well, and for the life of me, I don't understand why our member of provincial parliament didn't contact us. Rather than trying to find where she is at this point. That should have been a heads up. Good heavens, her office is in our community. She's walked the trails with us, et cetera, and to not have a heads up, I'll just leave those words behind. It's disgusting. It really is. We've worked with our member of parliament, member of provincial parliament, for quite some time. Worked well together, and this being a part of her job to work with us has been forgotten, and I'm disgusted with it. I really am. What it's done to our community, and I have been talking to King as well, who have as much or more green space as we do, and they certainly are trying to sort out how they're going to deal with it as well. Their acreage is pretty close to ours, and Their population is less, but significant as well. So perhaps staff members might want to speak to King in the meantime. I have nothing else. I'm disgusted, absolutely appalled by the behavior of people. Do we have a motion sitting somewhere at this point?
Through Madam Mayor,
Think we do.
that motion has been done and dealt with.
Thank you.
And it concludes the items that you had under administration section, subject to any further verbal update from the CAO.
Is there anything else people would like to move along with? Okay, so we need a motion for number 2, correct?
No, through Madam Mayor, that's already been done and dealt with. I believe you're now closer to item K on your agenda.
Thank you.
Yes.
I've got hen scratching all over here. We now are at Community Parks, Recreation, and Culture, and Mr. Karmazin. It's your turn. Thank you. I know you don't want to follow what you're following, however. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. We have no prepared agenda items today. However, I do have a brief verbal update for Council on the Health and Active Living Plaza, should Council permit.
I'm seeing nods.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I just ask that the clerks provide a short, brief slide deck up on the screen. Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor and members of Council, I'm pleased to report continued excellent momentum with the progress on the Health and Active Living Plaza project. The project, while early in the construction process, continues to track within schedule and well within the council-approved budget. Next slide, please. Late summer, early fall, Council awarded the construction contract for the Health and Active Living Plaza and hosted a successful public groundbreaking event on site. Next slide, please. Since the successful groundbreaking event, the general contractor, Aquacon Construction, has fully mobilized, contained the site with site fencing and access and egress, performed all survey and geotechnical work, placement and compacted all of the imported engineer fill for the site for the building foundation and base structure. Next slide, please. The project has now progressed into an exciting phase with the facility starting to rise up out of the ground with the forming and establishment of facility footings and the foundation walls for the facility. Next slide, please. The pictures provided illustrate the foundation and structural base for the south elevation of the facility. This includes the library, program and permit spaces, as well as the play spaces. Next slide, please. The town project management staff and team continue to closely monitor the project with routine on-site presence and meetings, as well as 24/7 on-camera sites to monitor progress and construction activity. Next slide, please. The next exciting milestone for the project is the continuation of the foundation and structural base for the gym, aquatic center this winter, and the install of the structural steel expected for the spring of 2023. The town project management team will continue to provide fulsome updates on the project through formal correspondence to council by way of memorandum of a report to council with the construction milestones and as construction progresses. As discussed today, staff will be preparing a detailed operating model and financial strategy in conjunction with the annual operating budget process, and additionally an in-depth review of the More Homes Built Faster Act and its implications, and some potential funding options moving forward will also be forthcoming to council. Be happy to answer any questions that council may have related to this project.
Thank you. Questions? Moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente, seconded by Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, will that presentation also be uploaded to the agenda following the meeting?
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely. Should council wish to do that, we can amend the current resolution to update the agenda to reflect that.
Thank you, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move along in our agenda. Item L, Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Some technical difficulties.
Yes.
We have one item on our agenda for today, which is a report on the award of contract T2221 for the provision of winter road maintenance for the period from November 2023 to March 2031. This is a good news story. The town's current service provider approached the town with an unsolicited proposal. The proposal is based on the existing winter maintenance contract and leverages the existing equipment that was placed in service between 2016 and 2018. The contract vehicles still have considerable service life remaining, as the trucks were only used for winter maintenance and were parked in the summer. The existing vehicles, as a realtor, are just really 4 to 6 years old at this point, and there is lots of service left in them. So the town's able to secure the winter maintenance services for another 7.5 years at the 2014 rates plus CPI, and we believe that this provides a very cost-effective pricing for the town and shelters us from likely significantly higher labor and equipment costs that would have been expected had we gone out to tender this project on the open market. So that's the report, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Johnson?
I just want to say congratulations for this. I think that it's great when we have relationships that are able to feel comfortable to bring these forward. And I'm just, from the standpoint of transparency, when something does come forward, and it is to our benefit and it's great, is there a kind of if-then scenario that if we receive an unsolicited bid, then we have to go out, or is this, is that not the case? And then further for these bids, just from my understanding, is it a never an in-camera item, or do we're just talking about this here? If I could just get some clarity on the if-then rules, and do we talk about these in camera?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll take a stab at it. Essentially, we have a procurement bylaw which allows us to act in certain ways. The procurement bylaw does allow us to entertain unsolicited proposals, and it's through a direct award process, which it has those provisions within that procurement bylaw. So we are following the process as per what's required. If there would have been something that was necessary to discuss in camera, then we could have certainly brought it forward for that. But this one was pretty straightforward. It's basically the same contract that we had previously. It's just extending it for another 7.5 years. So.
Yeah, I think it's
the rationale.
a big win, and congratulations. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Leahy?
Thank you very much, and through you, Madam Mayor. First, I wanted to congratulate again Mr. Molinari and the team of the CIES and town staff on the awards that they received at the beginning of the meeting. It's a reflection of your excellent work, and I'm particularly excited because I've been assigned by the mayor as council liaison to the Department of Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services, and so I look forward to working with you and learning from the best over the next 4 years with important aspects of the portfolio. So my question is with regard to the length of the term of the contract renewal, and I understand the reasons for your recommendation that it's good value for the taxpayer dollars over the long term. However, my question is why specifically the number 7 with regard to two aspects of that. what are the plans, if there are any, if there's an exit clause, are there any penalties for the town if they chose to withdraw from the contract due to any unforeseen circumstances that might arise in the future? And part two is, are there any plans for addressing repairs and potential issues with regard to the later years of that 7-year contract?
Okay, through you, Madam Mayor. Certainly, there is a clause in the contract that requires them to maintain their vehicles in a good state of repair, and that's what we would be using to ensure that the vehicles are working properly and are doing the job that they need to do. We will likely bolster that clause, just given that the original clause wasn't considering vehicles of the age that we would be using for completing the operation. So in terms of why 7.5 years, 7.5 years was the number that they had provided to us. And oftentimes these contracts are set up to provide sufficient time for the vehicles to be depreciated within over the duration of the contract. So if we were to go out with a new contract now, our timing would likely be in the 10 to 12 years in order to fully depreciate that vehicle, especially given that we know that the vehicles are only being used in the winter, not in the summer. For the town's vehicles, we use them year-round, and as a result, the service life that we expect out of them is reduced. But in this particular case, vehicles only have about 35,000 kilometers on them, and hours are relatively short as well. So we feel that the 7.5 years is a reasonable compromise in terms of extending the vehicle asset's life and fully using those vehicles before they get too old. Because other things will start to catch up with you in terms of body condition, rust, etc. So I think the timing's appropriate, and we'll have a contract that's in place that's robust enough in order to be able to ensure that we're having vehicles that are doing what they need to do and serving the town well.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Moved by Councillor Crothers, seconded by Councillor LaHaye. All those in favor? And that's carried. I'm looking at the agenda, and I'm looking at the clock, and I don't think that we can sit much longer at this time, so I'm going to suggest an hour if we can be back. And go from there. So could I have a motion just to recess? Councillor Crone, Councillor Johns, all in favor? Thank you. And we'll be back in an hour. Good afternoon. Welcome to your patience. Thank you for hanging in there or coming back. That's great. We are at item M, Emergency and Community Safety Services. And Chief, are you there with us?
I am, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor, and members of council. There are no items on the agenda from ECSS. However, there's an exciting project that we're working on that I'd like to highlight for you with your approval.
Certainly.
Great. Nicole Sprague, our public education specialist, she believes that I'm overworked, and she's working on a plan to get me some help. Well, at least for one day. Nicole is seeking a student from the grades 4 to 8 classes here in town to be junior firefighter for a day. So Nicole will be asking parents, teachers, and friends to nominate a student that they feel has done a random act of kindness or gone out of their way to assist someone else. Nicole will be accepting nominations for this position from December 9th to December 20th, and a winner will be selected by December 23rd. The Good Samaritan student will make an appearance at a council session early next year, and then they'll spend a day with me and the team here at ECSS. Information and details on how to nominate a student will be found on the ECSS webpage page of the town website starting later today. I'm happy to take any questions on this topic or on any other.
Thank you. Questions, comments for the chief? We look forward to your project.
Thank you.
And your junior firefighter day. Could I have a motion to receive the update? Councillor Crone? Councillor Foster? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. We will move along in our agenda to item N, and that's Development Services. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. We, first on our agenda, we have 3 part law control bylaw exemption, and they all deal with developments that have allocation. 2 of them have allocation as a result of the Sharon Inline Servicing Solution, and the third, Wycliffe, had existing allocation. I'm happy to go into a little bit more detail for the newer members of council about this planning instrument if there's an interest and what it does. Certainly, okay. And that's knowing that I have our manager of planning in the room that can back me up if I need any more detailed explanation. But essentially, the Planning Act does not permit the conveyance of a portion of a lot. So this instrument allows us to sort of temporarily remove that restriction of part lot control from a registered plan of subdivision. And this, in this instance, supports the creation of townhouses or semi-detached units where the builder can proceed and we're building sort of the center wall between 2 adjoining units. It becomes very difficult to identify where exactly the property line is. So this removes that restriction for a period of 2 years, after which it's anticipated that the housing units would be built and sold, and the lots conveyed onto the eventual owner. So, so happy to entertain any questions about any of these first 3 items on the agenda.
Any questions, comments? I think we're fine with that. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Foster, Councillor Haig, all in favor? And that's carried. Okay. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Item 4 is a report prepared by, oh, sorry. We need to do all 3?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, was the intent to move all 3 memorandums at the same time?
We could. Okay. Although I already took a motion
Yes.
for and a vote for the first one, so.
If the intent is that, you do have a mover, Councillor Foster and Councillor Leahy for that,
We'll just
so
keep
if
on
it's a
going.
consensus, sure.
That's thank you. Are there any other questions? No.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay.
So moving on to item 4 of the Development Services the report regarding the animal services agreement. This covers sort of three aspects of animal control and animal services. And we do have a manager of bylaws here to speak to this if you have any questions. But essentially, we provide this service through a range of partnerships and collaborations with neighboring communities. And our existing sort of service provider agreement with the town of Aurora, they entered into an agreement with us on a pilot basis to look after the removal of larger sort of non-domesticated wildlife, and we're looking to extend this service. We also have an existing agreement for shelter services that continues on and has already been extended through the existing memorandum of understanding, which was approved by prior council. And then the the remaining item refers to our agreement with Wayne Jones Animal Control Services, and we are looking to extend his contract and amend it with an increased allowance for his fees and for his vehicle, and we have that with an option to extend that into the year 2024. Our manager of bylaws, Jennifer Nichols, can speak to plans to look for sort of providing some continuity of services beyond 2024, if that's council's wish.
Questions, comments? Go ahead, please.
There's one type of animal control that falls through the cracks with this, and that's feral cats. And that's becoming increasing problem in East Gwillimbury, particularly in Ward 3, in the trailer parks there. There's 2 cat colonies there. I think one has 200 cats, approximately. One has about 100 cats. We have a great community volunteer organization, Georgina Feral Cats, that has been systematically going through and trying to get that cleaned up. They trap, neuter, release the adult cats that can't be put into homes, and they scoop up the kittens and foster them until they're old enough to be adopted. In this committee, it gets some funding from the town of Georgina, and they have done an excellent job cleaning up the feral cat colonies there, and they're now working on the East Gwillimbury colonies. And to date this year, they've looked after 79 EG cats. And so I'd just like to have consideration put forward in the budget for next year to look at helping them recoup some of their costs, because they are providing a service very similar to these other ones that are here, and making sure that they can continue with that. Right now, they're closed to intake, so those colonies will continue to grow until they get money. They're closed to intake because of lack of funds. But as soon as they get some money, they can get back to it. So I'd very much like to see that added to the budget. And I just thought this was a good opportunity to bring it up when we're talking about wildlife. Feral cats are wild, and they tend to fall through the cracks. I know Wayne Jones isn't out there trying to reduce the feral cat population. Thanks.
I think he's been busy with dogs.
Exactly, yeah.
Go ahead, please.
If I may, through you, Madam Mayor, just as a point of clarity, I understand from Jennifer Nichols that Wayne Jones will assist with trapping of cats, but and does have the equipment to do so. But the scale of 300 feral cats may be beyond those capabilities. So we do need to look to some of these partner organizations to be able to assist in addressing that.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to staff, I just want to second what Councillor Carruthers is saying here. I think being in Ward 3, our ward is, it's an issue. So, if anything we can do in the upcoming budget to consider that, to helping them out, because I think at one point they were dealing with the majority of cats that they were dealing with were from East Gwillimbury. So. I think we need to pull our weight, and if we could help them out in any way, I think that would be appreciated and the right thing to do. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hay.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank Councillor Carruthers for bringing this forward because it does affect directly Ward 3. And I agree. I think the issue of the feral cats goes beyond just the cats themselves and their health issues to other animals, other pets, humans, residents. So I think it's an issue that, while it may seem a minor one or a small one, it could potentially in the future have other implications. And so I think it's good to address it at this point when it's still manageable. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Does Wayne Jones do anything with the feral cats at this time?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe, and Manager Nichols can speak to this as well, that he does have some traps available and has been supporting sort of one-offs. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that.
Perhaps the colony is growing faster than the cages that he has to look after it.
Through Madam Mayor. Yeah, typically he does not deal with the feral cats. His contract is basically pick up the animal at large and take him to the shelter. The shelter does not have the capacity for the feral cats there right now.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe that given what we're learning about the scope of the issue, this may be more than one organization that we need to engage. So we can come back with some recommendations. I know there are some other organizations in East Gwillimbury that do address feral cat issues. So we can look to sort of a strategy to address this issue and engage some of the partners that can support it.
That makes sense to me. We have in front of us right now the agreement with Wayne Jones, so perhaps we can deal with that and ask staff if they could come back at another time and have a look at it. I know that in many communities there's a volunteer organization that just seems to pop up and deal with the feral cat issue. Go ahead.
We do want to get back to the report. I hear you, but I just want to add one more thing. It is a short-term issue. I mean, there's always feral cats, but with COVID, a lot of people adopted cats because they were working from home, and all of the spay-neuter clinics were closed during COVID. The cats got out, and they got pregnant, and then those kittens are having kittens. So it's just kind of growing exponentially right now. And so it's the type of thing that you just want to get on top of. So probably looking at funding for this year and next year as opposed to an ongoing issue. It's something that Wayne could certainly look after once those colonies are under control.
So perhaps we can deal with the report in front of us. And if you would like to make a recommendation regarding the feral cats, it's a different issue than what we have in front of us right now, and then perhaps we can initiate something with our community as well, because the community does seem to be very concerned, and they do get out there and try and help. So maybe a little more organized with that, that might take care of what we have today. It may not be 2 weeks from now or 6 months from now, but at least to get started on it. It's just a suggestion. So let's go back and deal with the animal services agreement with Wayne Jones, and then perhaps we can have a discussion after following that. I think the two are crossing, and I'd like to get this one through first and then talk about the other one. Any questions? Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just regarding the animal services agreement with Wayne Jones, this individual's been giving us, I think it's about 30 years of really good quality service. And I know that this is, in my mind, it's a bit of a Band-Aid solution. It buys us some time to come up with a strategy of what comes next when Mr. Jones decides that he would like to retire. So for me, happy to move forward with this, but I do feel that it's a bit of a Band-Aid solution. And I would love to hear more from Ms. Nichols and staff about the plans. Let's be proactive rather than reactive for 2025 and beyond. Thank you.
Yes.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can confirm that Ms. Nichols has initiated some research into options such as bringing animal services in-house, and we can prepare a report on sort of the strategy moving forward for council's consideration.
Thank you. I have worked with Wayne Jones probably every year that I've been here. It just seems to be my thing. And I can tell all of you that maybe have not worked with him yet. He's very conscientious in his work. When I call, he deals with it immediately. I had a raccoon. I had a raccoon in my barn, a baby. And he dealt with finding the right place for the raccoon. I kept it for a couple of weeks because it was tiny. And those are the kind of things this is not about getting rid of or removing animals. This is about the ones that we care about that are well looked after. So I hope that Wayne never retires because he's very good at what he does, and he's done it for so long. It's just second nature to him. So I'm quite happy with this, and I don't know if there are other comments as well. So could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Roy DeClemente, Councillor Carruthers, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And we'll move along. Item O is legal and property services with our town solicitor. Yes, go ahead.
And I just wanted to circle back. I thought we were going to.
Oh, feral cats.
To do some sort of a resolution. We'd entertain a resolution from Councillor Carruthers regarding a feral cat strategy, just so we didn't lose it.
I think the clerk has some wording.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I've put together some wording that incorporates the strategy and funding. Just bear with me for a moment. So the resolution is placed before you. Please, just let me know if you would like to further revise it.
Be it resolved that council requests staff to report back with information regarding strategy and funding to manage feral cats in East Gwillimbury. Moved by Councillor Carruthers, seconded by Councillor Roy DeClemente. Any questions, comments at this point? Good. We're all good. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, we are now at item O, and that's legal and property services with our town solicitor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. There's two items on the agenda. There's first a memo, which is to designate what we call a reserve, 0.3 meter reserve that will be designated as public road in order to allow the developer to have access to the Queensville Phase 4 site to carry out the development. The bylaw that's attached is at the back of your binder. The memo simply asks for the reserve to be designated as a public road. If it would help council, we could bring up on the screen, if the clerk could please bring up Appendix A. It will show the reserves in red on the map. And that'll help to, a picture is always worth more than a few words, in my view. Here we are. So the red, there's 5 individual segments denoted in red on that map, which will allow the developer access to a site once that reserve is designated. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have with respect to the memo and the bylaw.
Thank you. Questions of our solicitor? It would appear everyone is
Okay.
comfortable with this.
All right. So we will move on to a more involved matter, which is...
I think I would like to have a mover and a seconder for the last one and have a vote. Moved by Councillor Crone, seconded by Councillor Roy D. Clemente. Any questions? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.
Okay. So the next one concerns the Queensville Phase 5 development. And if I might again ask the clerk, please, to bring up the report on the screen and in particular go to Appendix 2, which is a few pages into the report, please. Thank you, Tara. This will explain it very carefully and clearly in case this is new to any of the councillors that have just joined East Gwillimbury on the bench here. So what we have in front of you is that circle that you can see there, or it's called the bullnose, or it's called a turning circle. And it is at the end of a road called Milne Lane. So what's happening here is that as part of the developer's Phase 5 development, the developer is obligated to build a road which will then take that bullnose, and on the top half of it, so if you see where the yellow highlighted areas, it's north of there. That half of it, the top half, will turn into a public road. It'll be basically the developer's obligation to build that through. Now, in turn, the matter that's really in front of you is the southerly part of that bullnose, so represented by the yellow parts on that plan. Parts of that, the parts of that yellow that you see there is going to be sold to the developer for $154,000, okay? That will allow the developer to join up the parts that he's buying for $154,000, and that only represents 0.114 of an acre, okay? So 0.114 of an acre is what the developer is getting for $154,000, which was the assessed appraisal at the best and the best use, where it's going to attach 2 lots that he owns. So it's important to know that he is not buying an entire lot, 3 lots. He's getting the top half of a lot he already owns. So he already owns three lots to the south, but he's buying the top half for $154,000, which equates to $1.2 million per acre. Okay, so that's the value that he's getting in order to complete this transaction. So what legally has to happen is that we stop up and close the road and declare it surplus. So that's the top half in order for it to become a road. And then we sell him the top half of lots he already owns. And that will allow him, when he gets that top half, he will be able to build 3 lots more in his development. That concludes the explanation. I hope that was clear. I'm learning this as well, but I'm hoping that was clear to council in terms of what is happening with this transaction. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
What kind of impact would this have on the residents in that area?
Well, they will have a through street where right now that circle is, as I understand it, and I can, if anybody can help me out with this, because again, I'm pretty new to this. I understand that right now they have a turning circle. They turn around, they have the trucks come through, turn around in terms of waste and, picking up garbage and that kind of thing. So basically, what the residents would have is a Mill Lane would continue through to Seaview Heights. Now, it'll help immensely the people that live in the Phase 5 development, right? Because in order for the Phase 5 development to work, they need to go through. They need to open up the bullnose. So they're going to benefit quite well because they can't have their development proceed without that through road. In terms of other people, I'm not sure if somebody here could speak to the impacts to the people that live to the east.
That's my concern, is that people have bought houses and they're probably been there. I think that area is probably 25 or 30 years old. It's one of the older areas, I believe, unless I'm looking at something longer than that. And of course, they bought off a paper plan, and the concern I have is the developer's able to have 3 lots. Well, that's good, but what impact will it have on those people that have been there for quite some time? And I don't want to hear from them after the fact that I would have bought it myself, or we've been through this in other areas. So I'm just thinking out loud about the impact it has for an existing small community. It's your ward, you know the area.
I do know the ward, Madam Mayor. I believe through you to Ms. Ingram, I believe that this transaction was contemplated by the OMB settlement. And so it's somewhat of a fait accompli if I'm not mistaken.
I agree. It's sort of unfortunate because the LPAT has ruled on it and given the ruling, so that it appears as well. I agree that it's
done.
It's kind of done, unfortunately, and the impacts that the people in those houses have, their opportunity, I think, has
The ship has sailed.
passed. Yes, unfortunately.
This was part of the things that were approved in the 90s. And so the people who've lived on Milne Lane and Grant Court have known this was coming, unfortunately. Through you, Madam Mayor, my questions relate to the timing of this. And for that very reason, there are people who live on this street who need the road plowed and they need the garbage collected. If this is stopped up and closed and declared surplus, how will we continue to service that community, existing community, effectively? And secondly, how are we ensuring that construction traffic is not using this road to access Phase 5, and that they're using Jim Mortson or some of the other streets that are coming off Leslie, so that they're coming at it from the construction area and not from the existing established community? Those would be my 2 questions. And I think it's probably something that Mr. Molinari could answer. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I'd have to check, but my expectation would be that the construction access would remain as is. Just because this road is being connected, we wouldn't automatically be bringing traffic through an existing established neighborhood. So I can tell you that I'm 99.9% sure of that. But if that's not the case, I will certainly get back to council, or we will fix that.
Is there a way for us to put the concrete barricades up and some signage down by Leslie Street that says no construction traffic, and then putting the concrete barricades will then ensure that that's the case?
We can look at some signage if it's necessary. Certainly, we can look at that.
And the concrete bollards?
We can look at securing that to make sure that it's safe.
Persistence pays off.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Molinari.
All right.
Councillor Johns?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Roy DiClemente. The comment regarding the construction traffic was my first comment that I was going to bring forward. The second comment that I wanted to bring up was the fact that, with change that's occurring within the community, and you're looking at, as we look to create second, third places for folks within the community, that one park there, that is directly within that community. My guess is about 15 years since there's been any type of capital improvement within that park, and I could be wrong. But then also access from a sidewalk perspective and access into that. And I think that, you know, as we as a community are making these steps and a change is occurring, I think that the change that we just spoke about to existing residents was one that was we were looking to mitigate negativity that they would be receiving as negativity. And I think that if there's a way within this budget process now where there's possibly some other parks where there was going to be capital improvements, I think that the opportunity to look at the change that is occurring within this one small neighborhood, if it did line up on the Gantt chart of what was next, I think that would be great to be able to have that under consideration.
Thank you.
Did I need a motion for that, by the way, or can
No,
I just like?
That was good discussion, perhaps. Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to further assist, maybe perhaps Mr. Karmazin could comment. I believe it's Grant Park, if I'm not
Yes, it
mistaken.
is.
And I feel like we may have replaced the playground equipment recently, but certainly haven't redeveloped the park in any great way.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have replaced, we did a full playground replacement in 2019, and we spent approximately $60,000 doing new playground replacement, wood chip base, curbing, and a complete pathway system into the park. We didn't redevelop the park. Typically, our park standard is we update the park at minimum to what is existing as far as park amenities. Where possible, we will enhance if we have the footprint in order to do so, and the requirements of the community may change over the years. But we did replace that park in 2019.
I did, through you, Madam Mayor, I did get a request from residents in that area for some benches because there's nowhere for adults to sit while the kids are playing. So that would be a low-hanging fruit that we could address pretty quickly.
Through you, Madam Mayor, noted and understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other discussion. Will you move that? Sure. And Brian, will you second that?
Happy to second it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. I don't believe there's anything else under that area at this point. Is that correct? Thank you. Are there any questions before I move on to another department? No? Okay. Go into corporate services. Deputy CAO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This brief report speaks to some recommended additions to the currently approved council calendar. So the current calendar for council meetings, as it sits approved today, goes out to the end of February. Given the new council term that's just started, we believe that adding a couple of workshops into December to assist us primarily with strategic planning discussions, but maybe perhaps some other council business as well, would be helpful. And then also, this report moves out the budget meetings as they currently sit in the currently approved calendar by a week, again, to provide a little extra time for the new council just to review the budget book material and meet with staff and come prepared for productive deliberations towards the end of January. So that's really the only changes that you are seeing contemplated in this report.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
When we were meeting virtually over the pandemic, we passed a resolution to suspend our committee of the whole. But now that we're back in person, I think it's important that we move back to that as it's a good governance practice to have committee of the whole and then a full council meeting. And so I'd like to find out what needs to happen so we can bring that back. I understand there's a motion on the books right now to not have committee of the whole. So do we need a motion to bring that back? And when do you see that occurring?
Madam Mayor, through you, good question. So the clerk was intending to bring back a proposal regarding 2023 calendar, probably end of January, early February. And at that point, would be happy to bring back data and information to assist you in reviewing that and making a determination that you think best suits council moving forward. So we could do that very early in the new year.
Thank you. I was under the impression, I'd ask my other colleagues to chime in if I am mistaken, but I was under the impression when we took it away, it wasn't about municipal best practices. It was about that we were meeting virtually, and it was difficult to try and keep people online for that long to do both committee of the whole and council. So unless something has changed, I don't want us to reinvent the wheel. We need to go back to the municipal best practices that were pre-COVID, unless something has changed. But my understanding was that we were just doing it because we were online. There wasn't any data that went towards it. It was just that we were meeting online, and I was of the impression that it would come back once we were in the chambers. And now we are in the chambers, and it just sounds like we're making it into a data-driven decision when we just kind of want to go back to where we were. I don't want to make it a bigger decision than it is.
Madam Mayor, certainly it's council's prerogative. They're your meetings, so you can choose which way you like it. Typically, council has requested data to support decision-making, but certainly you can make that decision independent of any data. That's perfectly up to council. So staff's happy to support whatever direction you'd like to move forward with.
Thank you. Councillor.
I love data, as everyone here knows. KPIs are my bread and butter. But for me, I don't think it's a data decision whatsoever. It has everything to do with transparency, accountability, and the job that we're here to do. And that is, we are here to make some decisions. And when we discuss them at committee, then we have the benefit of having the sober second thought and ratifying that later, at a later date at council. And that gives us that time to consider the things, discuss amongst ourselves, discuss it with staff, and have a chance to discuss it with our constituents, because sometimes things happen in this chamber that residents may or may not be aware of, and it gives us the opportunity to go out and hear that before a final decision is made. And when we do it just at council level, there's no taking it back. It's stamped at no erases, and I think that's important for us. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, we're happy to bring back a proposal for 2023 that reinstates the committee structure, if that's what council wishes. It's certainly not staff's intent to interfere with what you perceive as being what's best to support your deliberations and decision-making process. So we're certainly at your disposal to let us know what works best for you.
Tom has his hand up. Mr. Webster, go ahead,
Madam Mayor,
please.
Thank you, Madam Council. This is a very good democratic. I'm wondering, the first 2 months of the calendar are dominated with strategic plan focus with the council workshops and budget, and where we actually operate as budget committee. And that actually is how budget committee has a series of meetings and then report to council for approval. And I'm wondering, just as a thought, if we could carry out with this, but effective March, return to council and committee of the whole as we start to normalize. And I think it's a very good discussion that we could have then to revert back to our prior schedule, where in the first, you'd have a committee of the whole meeting and a council meeting in the first Tuesday of the month. And the committee of the whole recommendations would go to the evening session of council. So I've heard, we had some discussions at the workshop, which I thought were very helpful, about maybe council moving more to a consent agenda. And we might even have some rules around applications and presentations trying to be more focused at the community of the whole level. And so I think if we have a little bit of time, we can also have our procedural bylaw looked at that would facilitate this in a wholesome fashion. So if we could get direction, I see some heads nodding, that would provide us to return the community of the whole structure effective art cycle for the balance of this council term. I think that would be very helpful.
I'm seeing the heads nodding as well. Councillor Crothers, go ahead.
I'm happy to move that we return to the committee of the whole structure beginning with March 1st, if everyone else is in agreement. I don't know if anything else needs to go into that.
See if we have a seconder. Councillor Lahey.
And that, Mayor, I think we could bring that to the January council or earlier, if necessary, to have that in fact. So everybody likes to have their calendar populated with the dates and know what the obligations are as far as time. So we will get that done as early as possible in January.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.
Through Madam Mayor, the report resolution is still outstanding. We do have the motion to reinstate Committee of the Whole as of March, but the second portion of that is the actual report to be received and approving the revisions made to the approved schedule.
Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Crothers. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried. We're at item Q, correspondence for consideration. Any discussion regarding our correspondence? Could I have a mover and seconder to receive? Councillor Crone, Councillor Foster, all those in favor? And that's carried. We're at item R, which is bylaws, and we do have a few here. Pardon me? Yes, you may. Councillor Roy DeClemente has moved all 5. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. And now I'm in. I had my computer dance a little bit here. Thank you. Is there any other business at this time? I'm not seeing any. We will move along. To our confirming bylaw. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that's carried. And an adjournment at 2:24, moved by Councillor Lahey, Councillor Roy DeClemente, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Great day.